Chapter 1401. Shangwan Wanrong glanced at him and frowned. She said indifferently, "There's no need. Take your things and leave." She directly asked him to leave without giving him any face. Senior, whose expression stiffened, and he looked as if he couldn't get out of the situation. "Marshall and Shangwan, get out." Bang. This time his voice was even colder. He slammed his hand heavily on the stone table, causing a loud bang. Fengjiu, who was standing at the side, had been paying attention. When he saw the wound on her wrist when she slammed the table, his eyes flashed and his expression changed. Wound? How could there be a wound? She was in Three Yang Peak, and she was the direct disciple of Three Yangzi. How could there be a wound on her body? Her gaze was fixed on her wrist. That wound seemed to be new. Moreover, it looked like a whip wound, but it didn't really look like a whip wound. Just as she was thinking, she saw Senior, whose face darkened because he couldn't get out of the situation. He picked up the basket and said in a slightly angry tone, "I've disturbed Marshall Ant. I'll leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He even stopped and glanced at Fengjiu. "Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Put down the spiritual herbs and come out with me." But it wasn't easy for her to come here. How could she leave just like that? "Give me the herbs." A voice was heard. Fengjiu looked up and saw his mother standing in front of him. His lips moved slightly, and he wanted to call out "Mother," but he forced himself to hold it back. She gathered her thoughts and stared straight into Senior's eyes. A smile bloomed on her face, and her voice was clear and cheerful as she said, "Marshall Ant, my name is Fengjiu. Your surname is Foam?" She was slightly startled as she looked at the young man who had a pure smile on his face. She saw the young man's clear and bright eyes looking at her. She saw the strange look of admiration in his eyes, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. She only felt that this young man gave her an inexplicably strange feeling. He was clearly someone she hadn't met before, but she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This feeling made her indifferent and cold expression warm up a little. Her entire face also softened. Her surname was Foam. Such a familiar yet distant surname. "Yes, my surname is Foam. Senior Gua had something to do and left the mountain, so it's my turn to deliver the herbs." She had the urge to tell her that her father's name was Foam Shao, but she was afraid that she would be caught off guard and shock her. Moreover, why was there a new wound on her hand? She had to investigate this matter thoroughly. "Let's go," she said, and took the medicine basket from Fengjiu. "Yes," she bowed and replied. After taking a deep look at her, she turned and walked out. She told herself that there was no need to rush. There was no need to rush to reunite with her mother. They were both at Three Yang Peak, so there would be plenty of opportunities. The two of them walked outside, and the barrier was activated again, isolating them from the outside world. After walking out, Fengjiu turned around to take a look and heard the man surnamed whose strange voice. "Uncle Master Shangwan's attitude towards you seems to be better than mine." Hearing this, Fengjiu was startled. Her expression immediately turned cold. "How could that be? Senior Marshall brother who? You're thinking too much. This is the first time I've seen Marshall Uncle Shangwan, and I'm just an errand boy." Marshall Uncle Shangwan only asked one more question because he was curious why the person who delivered the medicine was changed. Chapter 1402. Hearing those words, Fengjiu watched as the man with the surname who left. The corners of her mouth twitched, revealing a strange smile. She reached out her hand and flicked her sleeve, only to see a dust-like powder fall to the ground and disappear without a trace. On her way back, she went to exchange for her reward, then returned to the mountain peak to deliver medicinal ingredients for everyone. Just like that, a busy day passed. In the evening, when she was on her way back to the cave residence, she saw Senior Gua, who had just returned, walking towards her with a smile. "Fengjiu, thank you for delivering the medicinal ingredients for me today. Come, this is what I brought back for you." As he spoke, he handed her a basket with an oiled paper bag. Before Fengjiu opened it, she smelled the fragrance, and her eyes couldn't help but brighten. She said in surprise, "Senior Gua, is this roasted chicken?" That's right. The people on the mountain are not greedy. You, on the other hand, don't eat the fasting pills and only like to eat these things. I can't afford those spiritual animals, but I can buy this roast chicken for you. Senior Gua, you really understand my heart. Thank you, this is really the best thing. She said happily, then asked, Did Senior Gua just come back? Do you want to come to my place for a drink or two? Oh, you still have wine? He was a little surprised. Yes, as Senior Gua gave it to me a few days ago, there's a big jar. I didn't drink it. She grinned. Since there's roasted chicken, it'll go well with wine. What's more, it's time to eat. If that's the case, then all right, we'll go to your place to drink. Let's go. He nodded with a smile and walked with her to the cave residence. In the cave residence, the two drank wine and ate roasted chicken at the stone table while chatting. From initial sobriety to drunkenness, they drank a third of the jar of wine. Come, continue drinking, let's finish this cup. As Fengjiu spoke, she raised her cup and drank another mouthful of wine, then poured more wine for him. Looking at the drunk Senior Gua, Fengjiu grinned. Gua, Senior Gua, you're drunk. How is that possible? I'm not drunk, not drunk. Come on, let's continue drinking. He waved his hand, but his eyes were blurry, his face was red, and his words were slurred. It was obvious that he was drunk. Seeing this, Fengjiu said casually, Senior Martial Brother Gua, Grandmaster Three Sons really treats Martial Uncle Shangwan very well. The cave she lives in is much bigger than the one we live in. Well, it's good to say that, but you're new here, so you don't know. The last disciple, they only talk about it verbally. There's no ceremony, and he burped and continued, the few of us who send the pills to the peak all know that Ancestral Master Three Sons is very strict. If he is not satisfied with the pills refined by the 5 martial uncles, he will even punish them. Ah, is that so? Wouldn't he be beaten if he was punished? She said in astonishment, only to see him shaking his head drowsily. Not long after, his entire body fell to the ground. Senior Martial Brother Gua? She called out and pushed him. Seeing that he had fallen asleep, she could only sigh and let him sleep. Chapter 14:03. The next morning, Fengjiu went to work because Senior Gua was still hungover. As soon as she entered the courtyard, the fat manager greeted her with a smile. I knew you'd be the first one to come. Come here, come here. Good morning, manager. She stepped forward with an obedient look and bowed respectfully. Then, she looked at the fat manager with a smile. All right, you went to the 8th summit yesterday. Here, this is the spiritual medicine that the 8th summit's martial uncle Duan needs. Go get it and quickly send it to him. He handed a piece of paper with the spiritual medicine written on it to Fengjiu. When Fengjiu heard this, she happily replied, all right. She could go to the 8th summit early in the morning and see if she could meet her mother. Thinking about this, she looked at the fat manager who had turned around to do other things. Her eyes flashed as she went forward and said, Manager, let me deliver all the spiritual medicine on the 8th summit in the future. I could take over everyone else's work. This way, the other senior brothers won't have to be so busy. Hearing this, the fat manager paused for a moment and turned around to look at him. He nodded, that's fine too. Although you haven't been here for long, you haven't made any mistakes. Especially when the uncle masters of the 8th summit want to use medicine, you can't make any mistakes. All right then, from now on, you'll only be in charge of the spiritual medicine on the 8th summit. Thank you, manager. She happily thanked him. The fat manager smiled and didn't mind. From the 3rd summit to the 8th summit, there were times when they had to go back and forth. The other servants would sometimes complain that it was too tiring to go up and down. This kid, on the other hand, was very happy. After the manager left, Fengjiu hummed a little tune as she went to get the spiritual medicine. She placed the spiritual medicine in the basket and checked it again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she went to the 8th summit. She arrived at the first cave abode on the 8th summit with great familiarity. She shouted from outside and saw senior brother, who from yesterday walk out with an ugly expression. When she saw him, her eyes flickered and the corners of her lips curled up. Good morning, senior who. You're really diligent. It's so early in the morning and you're already busy. Her voice was clear and she said with a smile. Senior who heard the voice and saw that it was Fengjiu. He couldn't help but frown. Why are you here to deliver spiritual medicine again? Where are the others? It was the same kid yesterday, And it was the same kid today. Feng Jiu looked at him and didn't answer. Instead, he exclaimed, "Ah, senior brother who? What happened to your eyes and lips?" His left eye and lips were red and swollen, as if they were blisters. His entire face was extremely ugly due to the swelling of his eyes and lips. If it wasn't for his dark face, it would have been even more comical. Upon hearing this, senior martial brother, whose expression stiffened, and he evaded Feng Jiu's bewildered gaze. He said in a deep voice, "It's nothing. It's just that my virtual fire has risen a little." What was the rise of virtual fire? How could she not know what she had done? It was clearly a flare-up of heat toxins, and it would have swollen for at least 10 days. It was impossible for him to recover after 10 days of pain. Who told him to keep looking around? If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know his place. Although she thought this in her heart, her face was full of admiration. It must be because senior apprentice brother who was too busy and didn't rest well. A disciple like senior apprentice brother who is really a role model for my generation. Senior brother who glanced at Feng Jiu when he heard that. Only then did his expression soften. "All right, give me the herbs." As he spoke, he tossed out a bottle. Chapter 1404. Feng Jiu took it and thanked him happily. "Thank you, senior brother who. Go ahead." He waved his hand and signaled for Feng Jiu to leave. "I'll take my leave first." With that, she turned around and left. After she left the cave, she could not help but look at the cave at the back and thought, "I wonder what my mother is doing?" Just as she was about to take a look, she heard the voice of the man with the surname Hu. "Why are you still standing there? The people living on the 8th peak are all martial uncles. You're just a lowly servant. Don't offend them. Quickly go back after you're done delivering the herbs." "Yes." She raised her voice in response before walking away. As she walked back and passed by the 7th peak, she heard a surprised voice. Aren't you that? What's your name again?" "Feng what?" She turned her head and saw that it was Chun Dao. She went forward and bowed. "Feng Jiu greets senior brother Chun." Yes, it's Feng Jiu." Chun Dao laughed and looked Feng Jiu up and down. He asked, "Where did you go to deliver the herbs? Are you used to this task?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, "I'm used to it, too used to it." "It's good that you're used to it." He nodded. Seeing that Feng Jiu's basket was empty, he asked, "Are you done delivering the herbs? Do you still need to go back?" "The steward told me to only deliver the herbs on the 8th peak. I just went to the 8th peak to deliver the spiritual herbs, so I'm free now." With that, she paused and asked, "Is there something you need, senior brother Chun?" He nodded and said, "Since you're free, come with me to pick some spiritual herbs." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward and motioned for Feng Jiu to follow him. Seeing this, Feng Jiu did not ask and followed him. When she saw that he had walked out of Three Yang Peak and went from the back of Three Yang Peak to the back of another peak, she curiously asked, "Senior brother Chun, where are we going to pick the spiritual herbs? Are we walking on the back mountain path?" Why did she feel like she was sneaking around? "Don't ask so many questions. Just follow me." He didn't even turn his head as he continued to walk along the path. Seeing this, and thinking about the evaluation of Chun Dao in the peak, she suddenly felt like she had been led astray. Could it be that this fellow was thinking of bringing her along to do something bad? Thinking of this, she clutched her stomach and cried, "Ouch!" Chun Dao, who was in front, heard the noise behind him. He turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "Senior Chun, my stomach hurts. Can I?" Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. "Your stomach hurts? Why don't you settle it here, and I'll wait for you in front." Settle it on the spot. Feng Jiu was speechless as the corners of her mouth twitched. Seeing him staring at her with a faint smile, she sighed in her heart and said helplessly, "Well, there's no need." "No need? Really? Don't you have a stomachache?" "It's okay. Anyway, it's still early. I can wait for you." As he spoke, he stroked his funny mustache. There's really no need. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore," she said embarrassedly. "All right then. But if you have a stomachache or something else and want to go back first, you can tell me. I can help you settle it." Chapter 1405. Following him, they circled around to a bamboo forest. Only then did he stop and look around. She looked around and saw that it was just a bamboo forest without any spirit herbs. She couldn't help but ask, Senior Marshal Brother Chun, is this the place where you said to gather herbs? Not bad, not bad. This is the place. He smiled and nodded. But there aren't even many weeds here. Where would the spirit herbs come from? In this bamboo forest, other than the fallen bamboo leaves, there are only a few scattered weeds. Where would the spirit herbs come from? Bamboo heart water. Go and gather it. Hurry. He waved his hand as he walked like a cat with his back bent. It was unknown what he was looking for on the ground, but he also stared at the bamboo trees. His actions were strange. Bamboo heart water? She suddenly understood. That's right, bamboo heart water could also be used as medicine. Moreover, the bamboo in this bamboo forest was spirit bamboo. However, obtaining bamboo heart water was a bit troublesome. Generally speaking, if one wanted to obtain bamboo heart water, they had to chop down the bamboo to obtain the water. Moreover, they had to pick the earliest time in the morning so that the bamboo heart water wouldn't evaporate. However, if they were to chop down the spirit bamboo to obtain the water, wouldn't it alarm others? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard the rustling of bamboo leaves. She was startled and turned around to look. She saw that Chun Dao had unknowingly jumped onto a bamboo. Thus, she shouted and asked, Senior Marshal Brother Chun, are you going to chop down the spirit bamboo to obtain the water? That's right. I just chopped down to the bottom of the bamboo. Normally, the bamboo heart water is stored at the bottom section. Hurry and secretly chop down 2 or 3 pieces of bamboo. The bamboo heart water should be enough for me to use. Hearing this, she secretly sighed. As expected, he was here to secretly chop down the bamboo. Helpless, she looked around and saw that there was no one around. She picked through the bamboo forest and chose the largest and straightest bamboo. She took 2 steps back and condensed spirit chi in her palm. Aiming at the second to last section of the bamboo, she cut it. Shio! The sharp sound of a blade of spirit chi was heard, and a sharp cold light flashed. With a crisp sound, the largest and straightest bamboo slightly tilted to one side. Seeing this, she hurriedly went forward to support the bamboo and slightly moved it to the side. She used spirit chi in her hand to once again insert the cut bamboo into the ground. So, with a whoosh, the slightly slanted bamboo was once again inserted back into the ground. If it were not for the exposed bamboo head that had been cut off, one would not be able to tell that the bamboo had been secretly cut off. That'll do. She nodded her head in satisfaction. Then, she squatted to the side and sawed out the bottom section with a dagger. She then covered the exposed section with soil and stepped on it. Then, she continued to pick bamboo in the forest. He chopped off 3 of them in a row, using the same method. There was not the slightest trace of damage. She put away the bamboo water she had collected and looked around. Seeing that Chun Dao was still looking for something in the bamboo forest, she walked over. Senior Brother Chun, I've collected the bamboo heart water. Are we going back now? Are you done? Hearing this, he turned to look at Fengjiu, then looked around. He did not see any bamboo that had been cut down, so he asked, You didn't even cut down the bamboo. So how did you collect it? I cut it down. I cut down 3 pieces of bamboo. Look, she smiled as she took out the bamboo heart water she had collected and handed it to him. Chapter 1406. I was worried that if the bamboo fell to the ground, it would cause too much of a commotion and people would find out that we were secretly cutting the spirit bamboo. So you planted it back. However, I don't think it will survive, she said rather helplessly. Taking only the bamboo heart water from a stalk of spirit bamboo was really a waste. Hearing this, Chun Dao was a little surprised. He looked around and didn't see anything different, so he asked, Where did you cut it? I'll go take a look. Over here. Fengjiu could only bring him over and pointed to him. Just these few stalks. Chun Dao took a look and was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed out loud. Not bad, not bad. Why didn't I think of this method before? I really didn't misjudge you. Letting you come with me was the right choice. This way, they won't know that we're secretly cutting the spirit bamboo. Ha ha. Fengjiu smiled embarrassedly and asked, Senior Brother Chun, the bamboo heart water has been taken. Do you want it back? What's the rush? Since you're here, your senior brother naturally has to bring you something good. Come, follow me. As he spoke, He gestured for Fengjiu to follow behind him. He lightened his footsteps and walked towards the previous place. Fengjiu watched him search the bamboo and some weeds. She didn't know what he was looking for, so she asked, "Senior Brother Chun, what are you looking for? Do you need my help?" "Shoo." He put a finger to his lips and made a shushing gesture. In the next moment, he walked forward like a cat and suddenly took a deep breath. "Ha ha, I finally caught it. It's so fat. I'm lucky today." Fengjiu looked at him and saw that he was holding a fat rat that weighed about 5 to 6 kilograms. The rat's grayish-black fur was prickly, and it was making squeaking sounds. Seeing this, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she took a step back. "Senior Brother Chun, why are you catching this rat? He's lucky? He can't be thinking of eating it, right?" However, when she looked carefully, she realized that it wasn't a normal rat, but a bamboo spirit rat that fed on spirit bamboo. "What rat? This isn't a rat. This is a bamboo spirit rat. It's very nourishing, you know? Moreover, this bamboo spirit rat meat is extremely delicious, and it's even better when roasted. You haven't eaten it before, but you'll know once you try it." He looked very excited and said excitedly, "In the entire Danyang sect, only this spiritual bamboo forest has bamboo spirit rats. If you want to eat bamboo spirit rats, you have to come to this spiritual bamboo forest. However, bamboo spirit rats are not easy to catch. You see, it took me a long time to catch one." As he spoke, he weighed the bamboo spirit rat in his hand and chuckled. "It's at least 5 to 6 caddies. It looks quite fat, so it should be enough for both of us to eat." Hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched. "This sigh. All right, let's hurry up and find another place to roast this thing and eat it." He looked around and walked back. "It's getting late. Although there's no one guarding this bamboo forest, if we roast something here, we'll definitely be discovered once the smoke rises. Let's go back to our territory." Therefore, Fengjiu was brought to another place just like this. When she came empty-handed, but when she left, she collected 3 tubes of bamboo heart water and even caught a big fat bamboo spirit rat. She could be considered to have returned from a rewarding journey. Chapter 1407. Senior Marshal Brother Chun, you're really good at roasting the bamboo spirit rat. It smells so good. Fengjiu praised as she stared at the bamboo spirit rat roasting over the fire with sparkling eyes. At this moment, in her eyes, it was a fragrant piece of meat. Smelling the rich bamboo fragrance, her stomach could not help but growl. "Of course, I've roasted it no less than 10 times. Smelling the fragrance of the meat, he stroked his funny mustache. Seeing that it was almost done roasting, he sprinkled some seasoning on it before taking it down and placing it on the big leaf. Come, have a taste. This thing is not easy to catch." He cut a piece and handed it to Fengjiu. He also cut a piece for himself to eat. Then he took out wine from his chinkoan bag and asked, "Do you want to drink some?" Fengjiu shook her head. "I'm not drinking. I have to go back and take a look later. I can't drink." Hearing this, Chen Dao did not force her. He only said, "I heard that a pill master wants you to become a pill disciple. Why didn't you go? Being a pill disciple is much better than being an errand boy." She took a bite of the meat. The tender, smooth, and fragrant taste made her eyes light up. She had a look of enjoyment on her face as she ate and said, "I can run around as an errand boy. It's more comfortable. I like it." "Since you like to run around so much, have you signed up for the herb gathering training team in the sect's mystic realm in a month?" However, after saying this, he glanced at her and patted his forehead. "Look at my memory. You're only at the foundation establishment stage. That's something that only golden core cultivators can sign up for. However, if you beg me, I can take you along." As he spoke, he stroked his mustache and glanced at Fengjiu from the corner of his eyes. Hearing this, Fengjiu was stunned for a moment before she smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Marshal Brother Chin. However, I still have to deliver spiritual herbs to the martial uncles of the 8th Peak. I won't be going to this herb gathering training team." "Oh, you run around all day, but you don't know that the 5 disciples of Ancestral Master 3 Yangs will be going together this time? This is an order personally given by Ancestral Master 3 Yangs." "That's right. How would a mere errand boy like you know about this?" Fengjiu was stunned for a moment. The 5 martial uncles will be going together? Then wouldn't martial uncle Shangwan go with him? Was this experiential learning dangerous? I seem to have heard that martial uncle Shangwan's cultivation isn't very high. Upon hearing this, Chen Dao glanced at Feng Jiu. You seem to be paying special attention to this Uncle Master Shangwan? Feng Jiu smiled embarrassedly. That's because Grandmaster Three Sons only has one female disciple, and she's so beautiful. I didn't expect you to be someone who likes beauty, but for a woman who isn't strong, a beautiful face is a disaster. He shook his head and sighed. Feng Jiu's eyes flashed when he heard this. How could that be? Martial Uncle Shangwan is the last disciple of Ancestral Master Three Yangs. With such a strong background, who would dare to touch her? A woman's beauty will easily attract the attention of men and make them jealous. Do you think that Ancestral Master Three Yang's disciples are all people who don't get close to women? 9 out of 10 men are lustful. It just so happens that I'm the 10th one. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiu fell silent. Chapter 1408. Not hearing the praise he expected, he glanced at Feng Jiu and said, I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? Feng Jiu regained her senses and looked at him blankly. What? Seeing this, Chen Dao shook his head and waved his hand. Nothing, continue to be in a daze. I'll eat meat. Saying that, he ignored him and picked up the bamboo spirit rat meat and ate it in big bites. Senior Brother Chun, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Next time, I'll look for you for a drink. Saying that, she stood up and patted her clothes to let the barbecued meat smell on her body dissipate. Go. He didn't even raise his head as he said. Feng Jiu bowed and left. She didn't leave the 7th summit, but headed towards Luo Heng's cave dwelling. Senior Brother Luo? Senior Brother Luo? She shouted a few times in front of Luo Heng's cave dwelling, and not long after, she saw a sleepy Luo Heng walking out. Feng Jiu, it's you. Come in. Luo Heng saw him and waved his hand, indicating for him to come in. Feng Jiu followed in, and when he entered the cave dwelling, he saw him sitting by the stone table drinking water and asked, Senior Brother Luo, you just woke up? Last night I refined a batch of pills and only slept when it was almost dawn. Saying that, he looked at him. Why did you come find me? Is there something you need? Oh, it's like this. She also sat down at the table and started chatting. Then she asked about the matter of gathering herbs and training. Finally, she beat around the bush and asked a few more questions. Around noon, she finally left the Immortal's cave. After she left the cave dwelling, the smile on her face disappeared. Thinking about what she had heard from Luo Heng, her heart sank. It seemed that even though her mother was Three Yangzi's last disciple, it wasn't easy for her to survive in this sect. That was true. Even though her alchemy cultivation wasn't bad, she couldn't compare to the people from the alchemy sect. Furthermore, she hadn't been in the sect for long and didn't have a strong backing like the others. If Three Yangzi didn't protect her, one could imagine her situation. Thinking about the scar on her mother's wrist yesterday, her eyes turned cold. Then he walked back with big strides. Her mother shouldn't be bullied. A few days later, ever since she came down from the 8th summit to deliver the spirit herbs, she would make 1 or 2 trips to the 8th summit almost every day. Although she had spent a lot of time on the 8th summit, other than the time she saw her mother, she didn't have the chance to see her again. It was the same for the other people from the 8th summit. They had seen the disciples in front of their cave abodes, but they had never seen the people inside. Just Luo Ling, Luo's disciple, Luo, Ju Fu Luo. She raised her head and saw a janitor disciple running towards her. She asked, What's the matter? Have you finished sending the herbs to the 8th summit? The disciple asked. I just finished and was about to go back. Luo nodded. Oh, I see. Then come with me. Someone's looking for you. As he spoke, he led the way and asked Feng Jiu to follow him. Seeing this, Feng Jiu didn't say much and followed him all the way to a medicinal field at the back of the 7th summit. Luo saw that the disciple leading the way had stopped. She asked curiously, Who's looking for me? Chapter 1409. Feng Jiu was stunned for a moment. She looked at the 5 or 6 people. 3 of them were servants, and their strength was in the foundation establishment realm. The other 3 looked like sect disciples based on the jade tokens on their waists, and their strength was in the golden core realm. The 6 of them and the servant who led the way made a total of 7 people. "Why are you looking for me?" she asked in a daze, her face full of confusion. One of them stepped forward and pushed her. "Brat, did you take on all the jobs on the 8th peak?" Fengjiu stumbled back, but her foot was tripped by another person's outstretched leg. She let out a cry of surprise and fell to the ground, looking at the 7 people surrounding her in shock. "Why are you bullying me?" she said with a bit of grievance. She lowered her eyes and put on a sad look. However, there was a flash of light in the depths of her eyes. She didn't bully anyone, so why did they bully her? She had been keeping a low profile recently, so why did they have to provoke her? "Take out the things. We know that you've been doing well in the various peaks recently. Many senior brothers who practice alchemy have rewarded you with many pills. I've already given the pills away." She raised her head and looked at the man who spoke. She remembered this person. He was a pill apprentice from the 6th peak. His alchemy skills were average. It was said that he had been in the sect for many years, but he couldn't even pass the alchemy test. "You gave it away? Huh, who are you trying to fool? You're just an errand boy. Even if you gave away the pills, you would keep some for yourself. It's impossible for you to give them all away." He sneered and looked at Fengjiu, who was sitting on the ground with his arms crossed. He said impatiently, "Hurry up and take out the pills. Also, if you know what's good for you, go back and tell the steward to give up the job of delivering pills to the 8th peak. Otherwise, humph." At this moment, Fengjiu, who was sitting on the ground, was thinking, "Deal with them? I can't kill them. They're too troublesome. Beat them up?" That didn't seem to work because the strength she showed was only a foundation establishment. If a foundation establishment cultivator could really beat up a few golden core cultivators, the higher-ups would probably be alarmed. Should he just cover his head and let them beat and scold him? She wasn't willing to suffer such a loss. Give them some drugs? That was a good idea. At that moment, Fengjiu did not notice that in midair not too far away, a white figure was descending from the 9th summit on a sword and heading towards the 8th summit. However, when that figure inadvertently cast a glance at Fengjiu, who was sitting on the ground surrounded by 6 to 7 people, the figure paused for a moment. Shangguan Wanrong's beautiful brows slightly furrowed, and her beautiful eyes fell on the back of the mountain. She was only able to see it because she was standing on her sword and looking down. If she was below, no one would have noticed it. What made her stop was the young man who had fallen to the ground. Wasn't it the young man who had delivered the spirit medicine to her that day? Even in this kind of pill-refining sect, the weak were prey to the strong. That young man was only a foundation establishment and was only an errand boy. He should have been targeted and bullied by those people. This had nothing to do with her, and she shouldn't be meddling in other people's business. However, when she saw that young man being surrounded and sitting helplessly on the ground, her heart couldn't help but soften. She couldn't help but sigh softly. He's still just a child. Chapter 14:10. She wasn't by her child's side to protect her and accompany her as she grew up. She didn't know if Feng Xiao, whose memories had been sealed, had already married someone else after so many years. She didn't know if Feng Xiao had already married someone else. Would his wife treat her daughter well? Would she treat her daughter as her own? She didn't know if she was by her daughter's side, if her daughter was loved by anyone, if anyone bullied her daughter, if there were times where she was lonely and helpless. So many years had passed. She had been imprisoned in the Shangguan family and had no way of obtaining news from the outside world, let alone news about Feng Xiao and her daughter. But when she came here, alas, she sighed softly and turned to look down. Seeing that those people were approaching the young man, she flew down on her sword. I already said that I really don't have any more pills. I've really given them all away. Fengjiu said. Seeing that they had surrounded her one by one and were about to swing their fists, she hurriedly covered her head with both hands and shouted, "Ah, don't hit me. I really don't have any more." Just as she was about to jump up and run away, she heard a clear voice. "Stop." Hearing that clear voice, the 7 people turned around. When they saw that the person flying over on a sword was actually Martial Uncle Shangwan, one of their faces changed and they fled. Feng Jiu was stunned for a moment. They left just like that? She was still thinking about what kind of medicine to give them. It was too easy for them. Are you all right? A soft voice with a trace of gentleness sounded. She was startled when she heard it and turned her head slightly to look. She couldn't help but be startled when she saw who it was. She was dressed in white and standing in front of her with her back to the light. There was a gentle smile on her beautiful and outstanding face, making her appear very amiable and gentle. That pair of beautiful eyes were staring at her with concern, causing her heart to skip a beat. A warm current flowed through her heart, and she had the impulse to call out, "Mother." This was the familial love and longing in her bloodline. Even if she had only become Feng Chinga halfway through her life, even if she was a cold-hearted person to begin with, in the depths of her heart, she still longed for the warmth of familial love. She longed for the warmth of her family. It was also because of this that she had the heart to become stronger. She wanted to protect them, protect the family that had given her warmth and affection. Right now, when she was being bullied by a few disciples, her mother, who had suddenly appeared in front of her and chased those people away for her, inexplicably made her feel warmth and bitterness in her heart. Even if she didn't know that she was her daughter, even if she was just doing it casually, to her, it felt like she was being protected by her family. "Mother, do you know that the person in front of you is your daughter? Do you know that I came to the sect to look for you? Do you know how much I want to call you mother? How much do you want to see your family reunited?" Seeing the youth sitting on the ground with reddened eyes staring at her, Shangwan Wanrong couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong? Was he injured somewhere? Did they hit you? Where are you hurt?" Hearing her question, Feng Jiu, who was sitting on the ground, shook his head. "No, it didn't have time to hit me before I fell." Hearing this, Shangwan Wanrong sighed in relief and smiled. "That's good. I saw that your eyes were reddened and thought that they had hit you." Chapter 14:11. Hearing this, Shangwan Wanrong couldn't help but stare blankly. She looked at the youth who had fallen to the ground and heard him say that he missed his mother. She couldn't help but think, would her daughter also miss her? However, as soon as this thought appeared, a trace of sadness flashed through her beautiful eyes. Feng Zhao's memories had been sealed, so he already didn't remember anything about her. How could their daughter know of her existence? "You should quickly return. I'm avoiding those people," she said slowly. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she saw the youth who had just stood up from the ground. His palms had been scraped by the sand and stones on the ground, so she took out a bottle of medicine from her sleeve. "This is for you to take back and bandage the wound on your hand. It'll heal faster." Hearing this, Feng Jiu took it, but before he could thank her, he saw her turn around and jump on her flying sword. Thus, he hastily shouted, "Martial Uncle Shangwan, please wait a moment." Shangwan Wanrong turned around and glanced at Feng Jiu, asking, "Is there something else?" "Many thanks for the medicine, Martial Uncle Shangwan." She bowed to express her thanks, then asked, "Will Martial Uncle Shangwan also go to the herb-gathering training in the secret realm?" Master has ordered us 5 disciples to go together. When the time comes, I'll naturally have to enter the secret realm." As she said this, she looked at Feng Jiu below and said, "The lowest cultivation level to enter the secret realm is core formation stage. You're only in the foundation building stage, so you won't be able to go." After saying this, she no longer spoke and flew away on her flying sword. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and looked at the departing figure, softly muttering, "Mother, I've already been a nascent soul cultivator for a long time." In the following days, she continued to deliver elixirs to the 8th summit as usual. If the 8th summit didn't need them, she would go to Chandao. Compared to other alchemists who were busy preparing for the mystic territory, Chandao still slept until noon every day. He would only start refining pills when he was in the mood. Occasionally, when he was in a good mood, he would even invite Feng Jiu to drink together in the evening. When he got to know Feng Jiu, he did not look down on him because Feng Jiu was an odd job worker or an errand boy. It was only because they got along well with each other, and he saw that Feng Jiu, this junior, had a crafty, straightforward, and interesting temperament. Most of the time, when he could help, he would lend a helping hand. Take this trip to the secret realm, for example. That evening, Fengjiu secretly caught a bamboo spirit beast. After roasting it, he brought it to Chun Dao's cave. Senior brother Chun? Senior brother Chun? Look at what good stuff I brought. She shouted outside the cave. Chun Dao, who was inside, heard her and opened the enchantment. Come in. Seeing that the enchantment was opened, Fengjiu quickly walked in. The moment he entered, he saw Chun Dao, who was filling bottles and jars, take a deep breath. He raised his head and looked at Fengjiu with bright eyes. Isn't this the fragrance of the bamboo spirit meat? It's also emitting the fragrance of bamboo. Brat, did you secretly catch a bamboo spirit rat again? Hee, Fengjiu laughed slyly. I was thinking that we're going to enter the mystic territory tomorrow, so I caught another one. So I went to catch another one. Look, I've just finished roasting it. It's still hot. Not bad, not bad. This is to my liking. He nodded approvingly and stroked his mustache. Then, he said, take a seat first. I'll come and drink after I'm done. Okay, she answered and opened the wrapped roasted meat. Then, she sat at the table and waited for him. Not long after, she saw a small bag placed in front of her. Chapter 14:12. For me? What's this? She looked at him in surprise. When she opened it, she saw that there were 7 or 8 bottles in the small bundle. Written on them were things like blood staunching powder, poison cleansing pill, spirit condensing pill, and so on. Seeing these things, her heart slightly moved. This is all for me. If these things would be sold outside, they would be worth a lot of money. He gave them to her so casually. And these are for you. This secret realm isn't just a medicinal realm, because there are top-grade spiritual herbs and some extremely rare spiritual herbs inside. There will be some spiritual beasts guarding it to prevent any injuries. When you go back, put these things into your chinkoan bag and carry them with you, just in case you need them. But these things are too precious. Hearing this, he laughed. What precious or not? I'm an alchemist. I can refine any pill I want. These things are nothing. Take them. Don't be so polite with me. Seeing this, her expression turned solemn. She stood up and cupped her hands in greeting. Thank you, senior martial brother. Although it was easy for him to get these things, it wasn't easy for him to give them away. Fengjiu would remember this kindness. All right, quickly sit down and eat. This meat won't taste good when it's cold. He waved his hand as he spoke. He took out some wine and said, You can't wake up late tomorrow morning. This secret realm won't wait for anyone. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. Yes, I know. Ever since I entered the sect, I've been waking up early every day. I've already gotten used to it. But senior martial brother, you sleep until noon every day. You can't forget about entering the secret realm tomorrow. I know. Come, this jade tablet is for you. With this jade tablet, you can enter without me opening the barrier. If I really oversleep tomorrow, you must come and call me. He handed a jade tablet to Fengjiu as he spoke and tore off a piece of meat to eat. Fengjiu took the jade tablet and glanced at it, then put away. Yes, I know. Don't worry. The two ate and chatted in the cave. When the moon was high in the sky, Fengjiu walked back with swaying steps. As he walked, he hummed a little tune. He was in a very good mood. However, when she arrived at the path leading to the bottom of the 7th summit, her footsteps paused, and she could not help but glance at the 8th summit. What was her mother doing at this time? As he thought about it, he looked to his left and right. When he saw that there was no one around, he retracted his aura and charged towards the 8th summit. She was already extremely familiar with the barriers and runes of the 8th summit. She easily avoided them, and without alerting anyone, she arrived at her mother's cave abode and sat on a tree not too far away. The lush leaves covered the night sky. Dressed in green, she sat on a big tree. Her aura did not leak out at all, as if she had become one with the tree. She leaned against the tree and looked at the cave abode with narrowed eyes. After looking at it for a while, she still could not see anything. As a result, she yawned and closed her eyes, preparing to sleep there. However, not long after she closed her eyes, she suddenly heard some noise. She opened her eyes and saw that the barrier to the cave abode had opened. A woman dressed in white walked out. It was her mother. It was already so late. Where's she going? She was slightly startled. When she saw her mother slowly walking forward, she could not help but pause and follow behind her. Chapter 14:13. She followed her in secret. After walking for a while, she realized that her mother was heading towards the ninth summit. Why was she going to the ninth summit so late at night? She was puzzled as she watched the white figure in front of her walk up the ninth summit with light steps. She could not help but frown. She had been to the ninth summit once before. There was no barrier on it, but there were two nascent soul cultivators guarding it. Moreover, there were many killing formations inside. If she entered by mistake, she would definitely die. However, while there were nascent soul cultivators guarding the front, there were none at the back. She had gone up from the back of the mountain last time, so she did not alert the people of the ninth summit. She watched her mother enter the ninth summit from afar. She saw the two nascent soul cultivators sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. She thought for a moment and quietly retreated. She planned to go up the ninth summit from the back of the eighth summit to see what was going on. There were restrictions on flying between the mountain walls at the back of the mountain. It was only limited to the top and bottom of the mountain. If she wanted to fly down from the ninth summit, she only needed to go around this restriction. She could fly in other areas, but she could not reach the summit. If she wanted to go up from the mountain walls at the back of the mountain, the only way was to climb. His body clung to the mountain wall. As he climbed up, he accidentally stepped on a soft rock and slipped down a little. His whole body fell down a little. She held onto the rock and glanced down at the falling rock. She then climbed up again. She thought to herself that she should get a rope or something here to make it easier for her to go through the back door. Not long after, she arrived at the top. She avoided the formation and hid her presence as she went into the bamboo forest. The place where the three Yangtze lived was not a cave, but a bamboo courtyard. The bamboo courtyard was in the middle of a bamboo forest. It was extremely quiet and serene. The bamboo was spiritual bamboo, and there was a formation in the bamboo forest to prevent outsiders from entering without being summoned. However, formations were nothing to her. She passed through the formation in the bamboo forest in a few steps and arrived near the bamboo courtyard. Last time, she had sneaked in once, but she didn't see the three Yangtze. At this time, in the darkness of the night, the bamboo courtyard was as bright as day. She could still see her mother's figure reflected on the wall under the illumination of the light. When she saw this, she held her breath and quietly approached. She wanted to see what they were doing inside. What was it that required them to give orders in the middle of the night? You were brought back by me from a lower country, and I even took you in as my last disciple. You have to work harder than others, so that I won't waste my efforts in nurturing you. In the bamboo house, the middle-aged man, sitting upright, spoke in a deep voice. His sharp gaze stared at Shangwan Wanrong, who was standing respectfully in front of him. He said, "Remember Master's words. When you enter the secret realm this time, you must pick those 3 top-grade spiritual medicines." Yes, Shangwan Wanrong complied and listened to him explain a few more things. Finally, she saw him take out a bottle of medicine. There's an elixir in this bottle that can help you enter the middle stage of the Aurus Core realm as soon as possible. After entering the secret territory, I have other tasks for your senior brothers. You just need to do what I tell you. Yes, disciple understands. Thank you, Master. She took the bottle and stored the pills away before saying, "If Master has no other instructions, this disciple will take her leave first. Go." The 3 Yangtze waved his hand, indicating for her to leave. Outside, Fengjiu, who had seen this scene from the shadows and heard the conversation between the 2 people inside, leaned to the side and hid in the shadows. He watched his mother walk out of the bamboo house and walk down the mountain peak. Chapter 14:14. Seeing that her mother had left, she paused for a moment, then left from the back of the mountain. The next morning, she packed her things and headed to Chun Dao's cave residence. She didn't really believe that he would wake up early. After all, she had been here for quite some time, and she had never seen him wake up early. Kiki. Green hair appeared out of nowhere and followed beside her, clucking. Seeing this, Fengjiu glanced at it and said, "Go away. I don't have time to hang around with you today." Ha ha ha. Green hair followed Feng 9 nonchalantly. He walked with his 2 short legs and swayed his round body as he followed Feng 9 to Chen Dao's cave residence. Sure enough, when everyone had reported to the transportation formation, she entered Chen Dao's cave residence and found that he was still sleeping soundly. Looking at the figure sleeping soundly on the bed, she secretly shook her head. Just as she was about to wake him up, she saw Green Hair, who had followed her in, jump to the head of the bed, raise its neck and cry out at the top of its voice. Kiki kiki, kiki kiki. Hearing the crowing of the rooster and seeing Green Hair raising its head and crowing loudly, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Fine, just let it be. Green Hair was the best at waking people up. Kiki kiki. Where did the rooster come from so early in the morning? Chen Dao muttered, turned around, and waved his hand. Green Hair jumped up and landed firmly on Chen Dao's body. Kiki kiki. Ah, so noisy. He angrily jumped up and sat up. When he opened his eyes with anger and saw Feng Jiu standing by the bed and staring at him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Jiu? Ah, we're going to the mystic realm today. Heavens! I woke up late. Wait for me. I'll be done soon. As he spoke, he hurriedly rushed to the bathroom to wash up, then put on his clothes and tied his black hair into a hairpin before going to Feng Jiu. How is it? Is this okay? Your head is crooked. Feng Jiu pointed at the crown on his head. Hearing this, Chen Daoi widened his eyes and blew his mustache. What do you mean my head is crooked? Don't you know how to speak properly? She adjusted the crown on her head as she walked outside. Hurry up. Don't lose track of the group. He called out to Feng Jiu to walk faster. As the two of them walked towards the teleportation portal, they met Luo Hong, who was in a hurry and looked as disheveled as Chen Dao. Senior brother Luo, you also woke up late? Feng Jiu raised his voice to greet him. Oh, it's you. It's so early in the morning. He paused, glanced at Chen Dao, and asked, Feng Jiu, don't tell me you're thinking of following senior brother Chen into the mystic realm? Hearing this, Feng Jiu grinned. Senior brother Luo, you're really smart. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong was stunned. Are you serious? You're only in the foundation establishment realm. With your cultivation level, aren't you afraid that you'll end up as fertilizer for the spear herbs inside? The corner of Feng Jiu's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Chen Dao glanced at Luo Hong and said, just take care of yourself. What are you talking about? Feng Jiu, hurry up, ignore him. As he spoke, he quickened his pace. Hey, wait for me. We'll have company. Luo Hong shouted and hurriedly caught up with them. Chapter 14:15. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, the sound of a rooster crowing could be heard. Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. Feng Jiu was also startled. She lowered her head and saw that Green Hair, who was clearly left behind, had somehow caught up with her. It was standing beside her with its head held high and chest puffed out as it looked at the crowd. It even crowed a few times from time to time. Isn't this a 7th level spiritual bird? It's a 7th level spiritual bird indeed. However, shouldn't it avoid people as far away as possible? Why is it coming to the crowd? This 7th level spiritual bird looks so fat. I recognize this Green Hair. It has been wandering around Three-Yong Peak recently. I think it's a servant disciple's pet. One of them said as his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Feng Jiu. He raised his chin and said, it's him. However, why is this servant disciple here too? Hearing this, everyone's gaze landed on Feng Jiu, who was dressed in green. When he met everyone's gaze, Feng Jiu smiled embarrassedly. He had a simple and honest expression on his face and pretended not to hear that person's words. He looked around and sized up the crowd. What are you looking at? I brought him here. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that? Chen Dao glared and swept his gaze across the surrounding disciples. Seeing that it was him, the crowd no longer paid attention to him. They knew about Chen Dao. One of the sect's elders was his backer. If they could avoid offending him, they naturally wouldn't. With Chen Dao's status, it wasn't impossible for him to bring along a servant disciple. Green Hair, hurry up and go back. Feng Jiu gestured and waved his hand at Green Hair, telling it to hurry back to the cave dwelling. Unexpectedly, Green Hair turned its neck and glanced at Feng Jiu. It clucked and squatted at her feet. Its round body squatted there like a ball. It was so conspicuous that it was hard for people to ignore it. It's okay. I'll bring it along. If I'm hungry, I can roast it. Chen Dao stared at the green-furred cat that was squatting by Feng Jiu's feet as he rubbed his stomach. He woke up in a hurry and didn't have time to eat. Feng Jiu's mouth twitched, speechless. Initially, she wanted to roast or stew green hair. Who would have thought that she would find out that it still had an egg? Only then did she give up on the thought of killing it. Who knew that even though she didn't plan to eat it, it kept circling around her? She didn't know when it started, but everyone knew that green hair was her pet. In fact, she had been letting it go. She didn't even have enough to eat, so naturally, she didn't have anything to feed it. She only occasionally threw some pills to it. As it ate, green hair grew fatter. What was strange was that the egg hadn't been born yet. Disciples of Three Yang Peak, gather here. Suddenly, a deep voice was heard. Chen Dao, who was at the side, said, "Come over quickly. Martial Uncle Duan is gathering the disciples of Three Yang Peak." Feng Jiu nodded. It was also at this time that the people from the other peaks shouted, asking the disciples of the other peaks to quickly gather. She saw that her mother was standing at the front in white clothes with an indifferent expression. There were a few middle-aged men beside her. From the looks of it, they should be the other disciples of Three Yang Master. Thinking about what Three Yang Master told her mother last night, she was a little puzzled. What kind of top-grade spiritual medicine was it? If it was really important, why didn't Three Yang Master enter the secret realm to pick it himself? Chapter 14:16. As the voice fell, the hundreds of disciples in the surroundings quickly looked for members to form a team with. 10 people formed a team, and every member was extremely important. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't have to worry about encountering any danger in the secret realm. Feng Jiu followed beside Chen Dao, his gaze fixed on the white figure in front of the crowd. He wondered if she was going to look for those supreme-grade spirit herbs. Would she act alone in the secret realm? Let's form a team of 31. Let's find a few more people to form a team. Luo Heng came to their side and said while looking around. When he saw someone familiar, he laughed loudly. "Senior brother Lu, you haven't formed a team yet, right? Why don't you join us?" The man surnamed Lu was at the peak of the golden elixir realm. When he heard Luo Heng's words, he glanced at Chen Dao and Feng Jiu and said, "No, I've already formed a team with others." With that, he turned and walked away. Seeing this, Luo Heng was stunned for a moment. When he saw another familiar person, he shouted again, "Senior brother Jiang, come and join our team." "No, senior brother Lin has already invited me to join his team," that person also said, ignoring Luo Heng and the other two. Luo Heng did not give up and shouted a few more times. He even went forward to pull people over. However, after glancing at Feng Jiu, those people all shook their heads and refused to be in the same team as the three of them. Strange, what's wrong with these people? I'm at least at the golden elixir realm. Why are they ignoring me like this? Luo Heng said somewhat angrily as he walked towards Feng Jiu and Chen Dao. Feng Jiu smiled embarrassedly and said embarrassedly, "Senior brother Luo, it's all my fault. They don't want to form a team with us because they feel that my combat power is too weak. I'm really sorry that I've implicated you." Seeing that Feng Jiu was apologetic, Luo Heng couldn't say anything to reprimand him. Seeing that everyone had ignored them, he couldn't help but feel anxious. If they didn't manage to form a team with 10 people, they would have to wait for the remaining people who hadn't been invited to form a team. What's wrong with that? No one wants to form a team with us. That's great. We'll form a team of 3. That way, we won't have to worry about trouble if we don't agree with each other," Chen Dao said disapprovingly. He stroked his mustache and scanned the surroundings. Then, he said to Feng Jiu, "Feng Jiu, you know Uncle Master Shangguan? Look, she's looking at you." Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked to the front. Sure enough, her mother seemed to have noticed her in the crowd and was looking at her. Seeing this, she grinned and waved at her. Shangguan Wanrong's gaze flickered slightly as she looked at the thin and small cyan figure in the crowd. With a casual glance, she saw that it was the errand boy named Feng Jiu. Just as she was looking at the boy with furrowed brows, wondering why he was here, she saw the boy grin. That joyful smile, pure and natural, bloomed on the boy's delicate face, causing her heart to skip a beat. That day, they had said that he was only at the foundation establishment stage and could not enter the secret territory. She did not expect to see him here today. However, with only the foundation establishment stage, his strength could be said to be at the bottom of the hundreds of people. Wasn't he afraid? Wasn't he afraid of encountering danger inside? Chapter 14:17. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the people from each peak quickly formed into small teams. The remaining people who were unwilling to be in the same team could only make do with it. Fengjiu, Chun Dao, and the others were in the same team as 5 men and 2 women. The 5 men looked to be in their 20s, while the others looked to be in their 30s or 40s. However, their true ages were much older than what they showed. As for the 2 women, they were extremely pleasing to the eye. Their figures were voluptuous, and their faces were bewitching. However, for some reason, they seemed to be very interested in Chun Dao. They squeezed past Fengjiu, who was beside Chun Dao, and the 2 of them kept talking to Chun Dao. Seeing this, the other men revealed cold gazes and were extremely displeased. After the people from each peak saw that everyone had formed their teams, they gave each other a lecture before bringing everyone into the secret realm through the transportation formation. With a flash of light, several hundred people disappeared into the transportation formation in batches. When they reappeared, they were already in a forest filled with dense spirit energy. Fengjiu only felt that she was pushed out by a force. She staggered and quickly stabilized herself, so she didn't fall to the ground. In front of her, many people couldn't withstand the force and fell to the ground. They couldn't stand the force and sat on the grass and trees, letting out low cries. After stabilizing himself, Chun Dao looked back and saw Fengjiu looking around. He did not seem to feel any discomfort from the transportation formation. He could not help but stroke his mustache and reveal a meaningful smile. "Senior Brother Chun, help me up." "Senior Brother Chun, why did you push me away just now? You made me fall," the 2 women said at the same time. As soon as they spoke, the 2 of them looked at each other. In each other's eyes, they could see the provocation in each other's eyes. "Junior sisters, let us help you up. Come, come." A man in his 30s, who was in the same team as Fengjiu, quickly stepped forward. He reached out to help the 2 beautiful women who had fallen to the ground, but when he met the 2 women's cold gazes, he awkwardly withdrew his hand. "No need? It's good that you don't need it. If you don't need it, it means that you're fine. Hurry up and get up." As the man spoke, he withdrew his hand and viciously glanced at Chun Dao. Chun Dao had one hand behind his back and the other hand stroking his mustache. He ignored the man's anger and looked at the 2 women who had fallen to the ground. He chuckled. "Junior sisters, although I, Chun Dao, am unparalleled and handsome, the 2 of you will really cause me a lot of trouble." Senior Brother Chun, their beautiful eyes moved slightly, and their voices carried a hint of coquettishness as they looked at him. "However, if you 2 junior sisters really like me, I'll go ask your master for your hand in marriage. I believe that with my status and position, it is more than enough for me to marry 2 junior sisters." Hearing this, the 2 women on the ground froze. They knew that they had gone too far. Thus, they quickly stood up and bowed to him. "Senior Brother Chin Xian, please don't blame us. They had only want to play around and see who could win Chun Dao over first." Who knew that Chun Dao saw through them at a glance. Luo Hong pursed his lips and muttered in his heart, "He can't even handle one. And he wants to marry 2? This is not an ordinary pervert." Chapter 14:18. "Oh, I'm just looking around. I feel that the spiritual chi here is really rich, and I can see herbs everywhere." She turned around and said, actually, she wanted to see where her mother was. However, she couldn't find her after looking around. On the contrary, this place was really strange. After entering this place, there were herbs everywhere on the ground, but they were all common herbs. "You don't know about this, right?" Chun Dao walked over and said, "This is the sect's secret realm. Every spring, the sect will send people to spread some spiritual herb seeds here. This way, the spiritual herbs in the sect's secret realm will be inexhaustible." "That's right. Although there are weeds in this forest, those who know about spiritual herbs will realize that there are some herbs among the weeds. Moreover, even weeds have their own medicinal properties. It's just a matter of whether or not people understand their medicinal properties. Luo Hung nodded and explained. The people at the side were puzzled when they saw the two of them taking care of a servant disciple. They thought to themselves, is there something special about this servant disciple? However, after looking at Fengjiu from head to toe, they saw that he was wearing the most ordinary green clothes. There was nothing special about him. If there was anything special about him, it would be his pair of clear and bright eyes. All right, the other teams have left. Let's go too, Chen Dao said. He patted his robe and prepared to walk forward. However, at this moment, a man from their team blocked Chen Dao's path. Wait a minute. Chen Dao looked at the man in his 40s. This person should be the oldest among them. He wasn't a disciple of the three young peak and had never interacted with him before. What's the matter? Chen Dao asked, indicating that he should speak. Our team should have a leader. Although I'm not talented, I feel that I'm much better than all of you. Let me be the leader. Before Chen Dao could say anything, Luo Hung sneered. What are you laughing at? The man with the surname Jia looked at Luo Hung unhappily. Of course I'm laughing at you. What else can I laugh at? Luo Hung crossed his arms and walked forward. He lifted his chin and looked at him with disdain. Since you know that you're not talented, you still want to be the leader? You're really thick-skinned. When a man surnamed Jia heard this, he glared angrily and said, Senior brother, don't be so disrespectful. Luo Hung spread his hands and shrugged. I'm just telling the truth. Hearing this, the other people at the side couldn't help but laugh. They all felt that this person was overestimating himself and looking for humiliation. How could someone like him want to be the leader of their team? Even if that was the case, they would have to ask for their permission first. Yes, I also feel that Senior Marshal Brother Jia is not qualified to be our team leader. The one who spoke was one of the two women. Her voice was drawn out as if she was deliberately whetting the man's appetite. When the last few words came out of her mouth, the man's face turned ugly. She covered her mouth and chuckled, looking very pleased. If anyone is going to be the captain, it should be me. Another man stepped forward. He looked to be in his 30s. His body was more robust, and his voice was full of energy. TSKU? I'm not convinced. Another person also said and snorted, obviously not satisfied with that person being the leader. Chapter 14:19. How can that be? There's so many men here. If we let a woman be the leader, wouldn't it be a joke? Chen Dao waved his hand and said, You two stand aside. You have no chance of being the leader. Hearing this, the woman gritted her teeth but didn't say anything else. Then, she heard Chen Dao say, You don't have to fight. The position of leader belongs to me. Why should it be you? That's right. Why should it be you? I don't agree. I don't agree either. Hearing them speak one by one, Chen Dao stroked his mustache and narrowed his eyes. He looked at them and said, You don't agree? Fine, if you don't agree, you can fight with me. If you win, you could be the leader and I will listen to you. However, when he said this, the few people hesitated. Forget it. It's decided. Let's go. You've been arguing for half a day over such a trivial matter. Luo Hung said as he ignored them and walked forward. Seeing this, the others didn't say anything and walked forward. 10 people in a team with the intention of looking out for each other. However, the 10 of them were gathered at the other peaks. It would be strange if they couldn't work together. Feng Jiu quietly followed behind them. Occasionally, when she saw some spiritual herbs, she would squat down to pick them. Although they were just ordinary spiritual herbs, as long as they were mature enough to be used as medicine, she would pick them and put them in her chinquan bag. The spiritual herbs inside belonged to whoever harvested them. Although it was a registration, every disciple who entered had to pay a considerable amount of contribution points and fees. As for what kind of spiritual herbs they could pick and whether it was a worthwhile trip, it depended on their own abilities. Luo Hung took a sip of water and glanced back at the green figure who was squatting down to pick. He shouted, Feng Jiu, these spiritual herbs are useless. There are plenty of them in the sect. Don't waste your energy. Since I have nothing to do, I'll pick some as I go. They're all mature spiritual herbs, so it'd be a waste if I don't pick them, Fengjiu said as he put a spiritual herb into his chinquan bag. Hearing this, Chen Dao smiled and slowed down to walk side by side with Fengjiu. He said, "You're not even an alchemy apprentice, so you can't refine medicinal pills even if you pick these. But it doesn't matter." At this point, he lowered his voice and added, "When the time comes, catch a few more bamboo spirit rats and roast them for me to eat. I'll help you refine the pills. Let's talk about it after I gather all the herbs," Fengjiu said with a smile. "I still have to thank Senior Brother Chun for his kindness." "You do have to thank me." He nodded and took out 2 fruits, handing one to Fengjiu. "Eat, to fill my stomach." When the 2 women in front saw this, they frowned and glanced at Fengjiu, then came to Chun Dao's side. "Senior Brother Chun, we're also women. Why do you only care about this little odd-job worker and ignore us?" Crunch. Chun Dao took a bite of the fruit, and a crisp crunch was heard. He glanced at the 2 women and said, "How can this be the same? You 2 are alchemists at any rate, and your cultivations are at the golden core stage. Moreover, you're not from our 3-yang peak. Even if I'm a busybody, I won't care about you." Chapter 14:20. Hearing this, Fengjiu's mouth twitched. What kind of words were they saying? Even if she was the youngest among them, she wasn't young enough to look like his son, right? When the 2 girls heard this, their expressions changed. They had only said a few words and were already shut down. They felt as if they were suffocating in their hearts, making them very uncomfortable. They looked at the ruffian Chun Dao with an ugly expression, then glared angrily at Fengjiu, who was playing with the fruit. They didn't say anything, only snorted and quickly walked forward. They really had too much free time to think of talking to him. This person was really too hateful. Crunch. Fengjiu took a bite of the fruit, the crisp and sweet taste spreading on the tip of her tongue. She looked ahead and said to Chen Dao, "Senior Brother Chun, although I'm a little young, I'm not young enough to be your son, right? What do you mean by letting them give birth to a child to compensate you? If you're really interested in them, then don't be shy and chase after them. With Senior Brother Chen's charm, don't mention 1. Even 2 would be more than enough." "Ha ha ha. You little brat, you also think that my charm is boundless and unstoppable, right? AI, it's good that you know, don't say out loud. You have to know that I've always been low-key and never liked to show off to others." Although he said this, his voice became louder and louder. Even the people in front couldn't help but turn around to look. Fengjiu was speechless and didn't say anything else. She just ate the fruit and walked. Perhaps this area was still considered the outer area. There were some ordinary spirit herbs, but there were fewer precious ones. Occasionally, 1 or 2 stalks would be picked by the people in front. Actually, she wanted to move alone. This way, other than gathering spirit herbs with them, she could also find out where her mother went. However, in this situation, it seemed impossible to move alone. The group walked in, and along the way, they met some people from other groups. Compared to the cultivators from other places, Fengjiu noticed that even if these alchemists fancied the other party's pills, they wouldn't forcefully snatch them. Instead, they would propose an exchange. As a result, the entire journey was peaceful, and there were no violent incidents. When they gradually entered the inner area and planned to rest for a while before going in, they saw another team of people also come here and rest not far from them. "Chen Dao, so it really is you. I saw your funny mustache from afar, and I knew it was you," a man in his 30s called out, greeting Chen Dao. However, rather than calling it a greeting, it was more of a provocation. Chen Dao glanced at the man and stood up in surprise. "Huh, wasn't this the little bastard? What a coincidence. I can't believe I can meet you here." Fengjiu was speechless when he heard their conversation. He quietly moved to the side and tried his best to avoid them. When the man heard that, his face darkened. He stood up with an ugly expression and shouted, "Chen Dao, don't give me a fancy name. If you can't read, go back and get a teacher to teach you. Listen carefully. My name is Wang Ba." Chapter 14:21. Chen Dao, you son of a bitch. He cursed as he stared at Chen Dao with eyes that were about to spit fire. When he thought about how he had lost to Chen Dao in the past and how he had suffered at Chen Dao's hands, the anger in his heart surged. "You don't have to shout so loudly. I know you're a son of a bitch." Chen Dao picked his ear and leaned against a tree leisurely. He looked at Wang Ba, who was being held down by a few people, and said, "We better leave while your master Chun is in a good mood today. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if anything happens in the middle of the night or at any time." Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at him in surprise because she noticed that after Chun Dao said this, not only did the expressions of the 10 people change slightly in retreat, even the expressions of the other team members changed. She couldn't help but feel strange. What could have happened to make these people so afraid of him? She had been at Three Yong Peak for some time, but she didn't seem to have heard anything about Chun Dao. "Chun Dao, let's wait and see. One day you will die in my hands," Wang Ba said hatefully, but he didn't go forward. Instead, he let his teammates pull him to the other side, as if he was really afraid of Chun Dao's words. "Pfft, coward." Chun Dao sneered. He didn't think much of Chun Dao, so naturally, he wouldn't take his words to heart. He watched as Chun Dao's group left and turned around. Seeing that everyone was staring at him warily, he asked, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you think I'm going to eat you?" When everyone heard this, they silently looked away and didn't stare at him anymore. Feng Jiu was curious when she saw this. Seeing him walk over, she asked, "Senior Brother Chun, those people just now seem to be very afraid of you." "Ha ha." Chun Dao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His laughter contained a powerful aura that spread out and echoed in the forest. He put one hand on his waist and the other hand on his mustache. He laughed loudly and said, "Of course. Don't you know who I, Chun Dao, am? Can they not avoid me and give in to me when they see me?" At this moment, Luo Hong leaned forward and whispered to Feng Jiu, who looked confused. He has a dark history, so the medicine he makes is not spiritual medicine, but poison. Many people in the sect have suffered because of him, so they all avoid him. Hearing this, Feng Jiu suddenly understood. So that's how it was. The proud Chun Dao glanced at the whispering crowd and shouted, "Hurry up and rest. Once night falls, we will enter the inner region. During this time, we can move around a bit. But remember, don't go too far. Otherwise, you will be separated from everyone." Hearing this, no one said anything because they were all alchemists. They knew that in this secret realm, there were some spiritual herbs that could only be picked at night. Feng Jiu was resting under the tree with his eyes closed like everyone else. He was thinking about how she could leave without attracting their attention. When evening passed and night fell, under Chun Dao's lead, they got up and continued moving forward. In the forest at night, the sound of insects could be heard. Perhaps it was because they were not too far in, so they didn't hear the roars of spirit beasts. Chapter 1422. Chun Dao slowed down his footsteps and said to the person beside him, "You have to be careful when picking herbs here. Some herbs cannot be touched." I'll remember that." Feng Jiu nodded and replied. Then they heard a pill master in front of them exclaim, "Look, it's the ghost grass. Quick, grab it." Feng Jiu was stunned. Ghost grass? She looked in front of her and saw that in the darkness of the night, where the light of the fire shone, there was a stalk of white veil-like herb among the weeds, swaying in the night wind. It's really the ghost grass," she exclaimed in surprise. She didn't think that there would be ghost grass here. The ghost grass was a 4th-level spiritual herb and could be used in many types of pill recipes. However, no matter if it was in the market or anywhere else, the ghost grass was extremely rare and precious. This was because the ghost grass could run away. Even if it appeared there, you might not be able to pick it. "Ah, there's another one there," another person exclaimed. Then Chun Dao said, "What's there to be surprised about? The ghost grass is a male and female spiritual herb. If one of them appears, the other one will be nearby. Quick, surround them and don't let them run away." Before he could finish a sentence, he saw the few pill masters in front of him pouncing towards the 2 stalks of ghost grass. With so many people pouncing on them, the 2 stalks of ghost grass were frightened and fled into the darkness of the night. Although Feng Jiu had seen it before, this was the first time she saw spiritual herbs running away in front of her. She couldn't help but find it interesting, especially when she saw that the few people in front of her didn't manage to catch the ghost grass and instead got themselves covered in mud. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She tried her best not to laugh out loud. "Ah, It's running away. Quick, chase it. One of the pill masters said and ran towards the front. The few people behind him hurriedly followed. I found it first. It's mine. It belongs to whoever picks it. Seeing the few people in front scrambling to escape, Chun Dao shouted from behind, "Don't run too far. If you can't catch it, then forget it. There will definitely be more once we get inside." However, they were all busy catching the two ghost grass, so how could they pay attention to his words? Feng Jiu, Chun Dao, and Luo Heng stared blankly at the people who had disappeared in the blink of an eye. They felt a gust of wind blow, and their bodies involuntarily shrank. This, if the team gets separated, what will happen? Feng Jiu hesitated for a moment, but still asked, based on the current situation, if those people kept chasing after the ghost grass, wouldn't they get separated? In here, if you get separated, you will be left alone. Alchemists who are left alone do not have the ability to protect themselves. Moreover, if they encounter other people who are picking spirit herbs, they will definitely not be able to protect their spirit herbs. Hearing this, she looked at Chun Dao, who was explaining, and saw him shake his head helplessly. Actually, if I could move on my own, I think it would be better not to go with them. Even if they were in danger, they might not help me. And look, Sai, they only cause me trouble. Hee. Senior Brother Chun will probably look for them, right? Luo Heng, who was standing at the side, grinned and looked at Chun Dao, saying, "Senior Brother Chun, although you are sometimes a little careless, your sense of responsibility is still quite strong. Since you're the team leader, I believe that you will find your team members and prevent them from meeting other teams and getting their spirit herbs taken away or being beaten up." Puffed. All right, you little brat, stop flattering me. Chapter 14:23. Hence, the three of them quickly chased after it. Faintly, they could hear the low cries of others in the night. "Quick, over there, catch it. Ah, can't you see where you're going? It's crashing into me. It's over there, don't let it escape. Come back if you can't get it. It's too dangerous to chase after the ghost grass." Chun Dao heard the words coming from the front and shouted loudly. However, since they finally saw the ghost grass, they definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. Hence, even though Chun Dao was shouting, the pill masters in front didn't think of stopping. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in front of them, followed by continuous cries of alarm. "Ah, what's that? Ah, something's pulling my leg. Ah, not good, run." Chaotic sounds came. Chun Dao and the other two looked at each other and quickly ran forward. Faintly, they heard rustling and panicked voices. Then they saw 2 or 3 pill masters running back. "Senior Brother Chun, it's not good. Something happened." A man rushed forward and said anxiously. Under the light of the torch, one could see that his face was pale and flustered. The few of them have been caught by a ghost. Hearing this, Feng Jiu was stunned for a moment. Then, a strange look flashed across his face. Ghost? What kind of nonsense is this? The ghost grass was an elixir that would steal and run everywhere. It had spirituality. Hence, there was a rumor that the ghost grass liked eerie ghostlands. However, this was just a rumor. It was just a rumor released by some auctions outside in order to raise the price of nethergrass. He didn't expect that this dignified sect alchemist would actually believe it. It was really funny. Chun Dao frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? We're serious." Something suddenly reached out from the grass and grabbed our legs. We ran away quickly, but the few of them were dragged away by their legs. That cold feeling was like a ghost's hand. "It's too scary." The other person also said, and couldn't help but shudder. Feng Jiu's mouth twitched. Ghost hand? He even touched it before? He even knew that Icy Cold's ghost hand was similar? She didn't know that these alchemists were so cowardly. In any case, they were all golden core cultivators. Could it be that they had become stupid from refining pills? You don't even know how to use your own cultivation? All right, let's not talk about it for now. Let's go and take a look, Chun Dao said as he rushed forward. Feng Jiu, who was following behind, caught a glimpse of the pale faces of the few alchemists who had run back and were still retreating. Seeing this, she pursed her lips and ignored them as she followed Chun Dao and Luo Heng in that direction. However, when they arrived at that place, they saw that the surroundings were completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. "There's nothing. As Luo Hong spoke, he looked around in surprise. Other than a few of them, there was no one else. Feng Jiu squatted down to check for a while, then said, "The weeds here have traces of being crushed, and the direction is in this direction. It should have been dragged there by something." She reached out and pointed to one side, then walked slowly in that direction while paying attention to the movements under her feet. Not long after, when she saw 2 stalks of ghost grass that came out of nowhere, she raised her eyebrows. "It's ghost grass." Chapter 14:24. This time, even though the few alchemists behind him wanted the phantom grass very much, they did not dare to act rashly. In any case, they had the speed of a gold core cultivator, but even with such speed, they still couldn't catch the ghost grass, and even lost a few people. At the moment, they didn't know whether those people were alive or dead. Their hearts were in a mess, and they had long lost their initial excitement. "You're not picking it? They're right there." Feng Jiu turned around and smiled at the few alchemists. "We can't pick it." The few of them sighed. They finally knew why the phantom grass was so rare in the sect, but the phantom grass in the auction house outside was so expensive. They had almost been toyed to death with just 2 stalks of grass. "I'm also more self-aware. If I know that I can't pick it, I'm too lazy to waste my energy," Luo Hong said as he looked in the direction Feng Jiu pointed and asked, "Feng Jiu, I didn't know that you knew how to track people. But that's right, didn't you and I work together to catch that psychopathic murderer last time?" Speaking of this, he looked back at the others with a little pride and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll protect you all. I'll also find a way to save those senior and junior brothers." Ah! Before he finished speaking, he cried out in alarm and lost his balance. With a bang, he fell to the ground and was quickly dragged into the forest by something. He was so shocked that his face changed, and he cried for help. "Ah! Save me, a ghost is grabbing my feet." The few alchemists behind him saw this and retreated in horror. They watched as the torch in Luo Heng's hand was extinguished because of his fall. They watched as he was dragged into the forest by something in the night. Other than his cry of alarm, there was also the rustling sound of his body rubbing against the ground. "No, I'm not going. It's not safe inside," one of the alchemists said as he retreated until he came to a tree. He leaned against the tree and said to them, "I'll wait for you here." The others saw this and hesitated. Just as they were thinking about whether to continue following, they heard Chun Dao's voice in front of them. "Then you could just wait there. If you get dragged away or eaten by some beast, don't come looking for us. In addition, we will only continue to move forward. We don't have the time to turn back." Seeing that Chun Dao didn't even turn his head as he said these words, the few hesitant alchemists could only grit their teeth and follow. Although they were alchemists and had the strength of the gold core stage, their gold core stage cultivation was mainly based on the cultivation of spiritual power and aura. Their combat strength could be said to be the worst. It was also because of their lack of combat strength that they did not have the confidence to walk in here and could not be calm and collected. Luo Heng's voice disappeared after a while, as if he had fainted. Feng Jiu and Chun Dao couldn't help but look at each other. As they walked forward, Chun Dao pulled Feng Jiu back. "Follow behind me." As he spoke, he walked past Feng Jiu and continued forward. He didn't think much of it. He just thought that Feng Jiu was just a young man and only had the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. With such strength, it was not suitable for him to walk in front. Moreover, he was considered an elder and couldn't let a junior take the risk. Chapter 14:25. What was that thing that had reached out and dragged them away? Although it was silent, it couldn't have been a ghost. The bell at her waist didn't ring, so one could imagine that this place was very clean. The two of them walked in front, while the others behind them gritted their teeth and followed. When they heard a faint rustling sound, Feng Jiu focused her eyes and used the light of the fire to see an ink-black vine as thick as an arm shuttling through the grass towards them. She stopped and raised her hand, indicating for the others to stop and not move, then pulled Chun Dao back. "What's wrong?" Chun Dao stopped and turned to look at Feng Jiu. "Senior brother Chun, look." Feng Jiu gestured and pointed at the vine heading their way. Chun Dao looked in the direction Feng Jiu was pointing. His face stiffened and he drew his sword. "It's a burrowing dragon." As soon as he spoke, the thing that Feng Jiu had mistaken for a vine suddenly stopped, and its arm-thick body rose up. Strangely, a pair of strange eyes appeared on the ink-black head of the burrowing dragon. "Ah, it's not a vine," Feng Jiu exclaimed in shock. Only when she saw the thing's true appearance did she realize that it was a burrowing dragon. Whoosh! As she spoke, Chun Dao swung the sword in his hand, and a sharp beam of sword chi shot out towards the burrowing dragon. The burrowing dragon dodged the sword chi, but it was still struck by the sharp energy sword chi. However, it wasn't injured at all. Not even a scratch could be seen on its skin, let alone cut in half. Whoosh! Clang! Clang! Another sword chi shot out. This time, it hit the burrowing dragon head-on. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks shot out from the burrowing dragon's body. In the face of Chun Dao's sharp sword chi, the burrowing dragon wasn't afraid at all. It didn't retreat and instead leaped towards them, as if it wanted to take another person away. "A little worm dares to be impudent in front of me? Watch how I cut you into pieces and make sure you don't even have a corpse left." Chun Dao shouted and attacked again. For a moment, the sound of metal clanging could be heard, and the sharp sound of wind whistled through the air. Feng Jiu saw that Chun Dao couldn't take down the burrowing dragon and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. With Chun Dao's nascent soul strength, he could easily deal with the burrowing dragon. However, even after slashing for a while, he still couldn't figure out that this burrowing dragon was a metal attribute spirit beast. When dealing with metal attribute spirit beasts, unless one had a truly famous saber or a good sword, one wouldn't be able to cut a burrowing dragon even after slashing for 8 to 10 times. Senior Brother Chun, this insect seems to be of the metal attribute. Why don't you try using fire? She suggested as she walked to the side. She wanted to see if Luo Hong and the others had been caught by the burrowing dragon. Hearing this, Chun Dao was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he channeled his spirit power into the sword in his hand. Seeing the long sword in his hand burst into flames and roaring like a fire snake, he couldn't help but laugh. "If I can't cut down this little worm, I'll go back to the countryside and farm. Come, eat your Grandpa Chen's sword." Chapter 1426. Xiao. Who? Feng Jiu, who was walking to the side, saw that the sword was raised high and slashed down fiercely. With a swish, the drilling dragon was cut in two. With a bang, the filth in the drilling dragon's body sprayed out and splashed on the ground, causing the entire air to emit a foul smell. When the several alchemists saw this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's dead. It's good that it's dead. However, as soon as the smell of the burrowing dragon spread out, rustling sounds came from the night. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so burrowing dragons as thick as arms jumped out in front of them. Some of them curled their tails and attacked at their feet. So many. The several alchemists quickly jumped up and hid in the trees while others took out medicines and sprinkled them in front of them to prevent the earth-drilling dragons from approaching. Even Chun Dao was stunned when he saw this. However, knowing that this thing was afraid of fire wasn't difficult to deal with it. However, when he saw those pill masters actually climbing up the trees to hide like monkeys, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at them, cursing loudly. "Aren't you all ashamed? You're already so old, yet you're still climbing up the trees like monkeys to hide? Are you planning to leave these little insects to me to deal with? Is there anyone as unrighteous and courageous as you? Aren't you all ashamed?" When they heard this, their faces turned red and they felt ashamed, but they didn't go down and instead said, "Senior Brother Chun, you're the captain, so you naturally have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting us, right? Do you think you're the captain for nothing? Besides, our combat strength isn't good, but Senior Brother Chun is different. Those earth-drilling dragons are just small insects in your eyes, but in our eyes, they're big guys. You can kill them with a single slash of your sword, but if we go down, we might be swallowed at any time." Hearing this, Chun Dao felt both funny and angry. What were these people talking about? If they were timid, then they had a reason to be timid. What a disgrace to men. Just as he was thinking, he saw an earth-drilling dragon that wasn't so dark rushing towards him. He snorted and slashed down with the sword in his hand. When the earth-drilling dragon was cut in two, he mischievously picked it up with his sword and slapped it with the blade, directly slapping the two parts of the earth-drilling dragon towards the several people in the tree. The few of them were caught off guard when they felt an object flying towards them. With a bang, it landed on their chests. When they felt the cold touch on their chests, they looked down and couldn't help but scream out loud. After that, Chun Dao would throw the burrowing dragons at them after killing them. Worst of all, he would pick up a smaller burrowing dragon and throw it at the people in the tree. Chun, no one's like you. You are too outrageous. Some people cried out in alarm, and some vomited. For a moment, the few people in the tree were in a mess. In the end, they couldn't take it anymore and could only come down from the tree. However, their bodies were covered in the juice of the earth-drilling dragons, and it was incomparably disgusting. Senior Brother Chun, they're here. Fengjiu's voice came from the front. After Chun Dao dealt with the earth-drilling dragons, he leaped to Fengjiu's side and saw Luo Heng and the others lying unconscious in the mud pit. Although they weren't moving from their breathing, they seemed to be fine. Chapter 1427. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward to drag them out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked in, his expression changed. He immediately stopped Fengjiu, who was about to step into the mud pit. Don't come in. Fengjiu was startled and stopped. Seeing him standing there with a slightly changed expression, she asked, "What's wrong?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that his figure seemed to sink a little in the mud pit. She was slightly surprised. This is the flowing mud ground. That's right. It's the flowing mud ground. You can't come in. He maintained his figure standing, and even his breathing became lighter as he spoke. Now she finally knew why everyone was covered in mud. Some of them only had their heads sticking out. It turned out that this unassuming mud pit was actually the flowing mud ground. The flowing mud ground, as its name suggested, was a muddy ground. If someone entered by mistake, they would be trapped. If they struggled, they would sink even faster. Just like now, he was standing, but due to gravity, he had sunk halfway to his waist. He couldn't see the bottom of the mud beneath his feet, and the mud on his body was sucking him in like a magnet. Flowing mud ground? Quick, find some branches and use them to pull Chun Dao out. The few people who rushed overshouted and hurriedly found branches to pull him out. However, at this moment, Fengjiu's hand moved. A thick rope flew out and wrapped around Chun Dao's hand. In the next moment, he pulled hard and pulled him out. Pop! He was pulled out of the mud with a popping sound. He was pulled out of the mud like a radish. Phew, I was so scared that I didn't even dare to breathe. I was too careless. As Chun Dao spoke, he saw the rope in his hand loosen. His eyes flashed. He stroked his mustache and looked at Fengjiu with a grin. Kid, you're quite strong. You have some hidden strength. Fengjiu looked at him, smoothing his mustache with his muddy hand. Instantly, two muddy mustaches formed. He couldn't help but laugh. Senior Brother Chun, you're so handsome and slender that it wasn't hard for me to pull you out. The words that come out of your mouth really make people happy. Good. Senior Brother will definitely reward you later. He lowered his head and looked at his half-body that was covered in mud. He sighed, why do I feel like a pig in mud with my whole body covered in mud? Hearing this, Fengjiu narrowed her eyes and smiled. Looking at the unconscious people in the mud, she smiled and said, Senior Brother Chun, if you don't pull them up, they'll sink down. Because the mud was stirred up, the people in the mud began to sink. Chun Dao turned around and looked. In the next moment, he leaped into the air and pulled them out of the mud. Fengjiu, who was at the back, saw this and leaped out to pull two people out. Not long after, the two of them rescued the few people inside, but they were all unconscious. Burrowing dragons have stingers on their tails. Those stingers have medicinal properties that can make people unconscious. It's different from ordinary knockout drugs. Our drugs probably won't be able to cure them. Fengjiu, go and pick the earth dragon gallbladders that were cut in two. After Chun Dao checked the few people, he let Fengjiu go and pick the earth dragon gallbladders. Okay, Fengjiu responded. She walked back and found a dark green, egg-sized earth dragon gallbladders in the abdomen of the burrowing dragons that were cut in two. Chapter 1428. Fengjiu couldn't help but grin as he watched the dark green earth dragon's gallbladder being poured down his throat. This earth dragon's gallbladder was also a type of medicine. However, an unprocessed earth dragon's gallbladder was bitter and fishy. It tasted really bad. However, it was indeed miraculous. Not long after it was poured down, the first person who was forced to drink it had already coughed and woke up. Cough, cough. Luo Hung woke up from choking. He smacked his lips and tasted the bitter and fishy taste in his mouth. When he saw what Chun Dao was doing from the corner of his eye, he immediately lay on the ground and vomited. Ugh. Hey, senior brother Luo, you're eating Earth Dragon's gallbladder. It's not poisonous. It just doesn't taste good. Fengjiu grinned at the side. He watched Luo Hung raise his head and glare at him before lying on the ground and vomiting again. The few alchemists at the side watched, especially when their gazes stopped on Fengjiu for a while. They felt a little ashamed and curious about this little errand boy. Along the way, this little odd-job worker was even more adapted to everything here than they were. Compared to this little odd-job worker, they were like young masters who had never experienced hardships and were out of tune with this forest. However, this errand boy was different. He was clearly only at the foundation establishment stage, but he was bold and careful. Moreover, when they retreated, he stepped forward. Thinking of this scene, they couldn't help but treat him differently. Why am I covered in mud? Luo Hung looked at Fengjiu and asked. I clearly remember being dragged away by something cold, and then I lost consciousness. It was the earth-drilling dragon that dragged you into the muddy ground. Fengjiu pointed at the muddy ground not far away and smiled. Senior brother Chun and I rescued you. Hearing this, they looked at each other, then stood up and cupped their hands to thank Shen Dao. Thank you, senior brother Chun. Thank you, junior brother Chun. However, they all ignored Fengjiu. In their eyes, he was just an odd-job worker. There was no need for them to thank him. He was not worthy of their thanks. Fengjiu saw that they didn't even thank her and directly ignored her. She just smiled and didn't say anything. Thanks, Fengjiu. I'll treat you to a drink when we get back. Luo Hung stepped forward and reached out his hand to pat Fengjiu's shoulder. Unexpectedly, he patted empty air. Senior brother Luo, I'm still clean. Fengjiu took 3 steps back and looked at him with a smile. Luo Hung froze for a moment, then laughed. Okay. I know my hands are dirty. I won't touch you. As he spoke, he looked around and said, We have to find a place to wash up and change our clothes. It's so uncomfortable to be covered in mud. There's the sound of flowing water in front. Follow me, Shen Dao said and led them forward. Fengjiu followed behind unhurriedly. She had the urge to sneak away, but she also knew that if she disappeared, no one else would look for her, but Shen Dao would. But if she directly told him that she wanted to act on her own, what excuse could she use? Even if she said it, he probably wouldn't agree. After all, in his eyes, she was only a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. So troublesome, she sighed helplessly. She could only keep walking with them, hoping that they would go straight into the depths. Perhaps there would be a chance to encounter her mother. Chapter 1429. The spring water is rather cold in the middle of the night. I'll wash my face to refresh myself, Fengjiu said as he arrived at the mouth of the spring. 2 torches were inserted into the ground to illuminate the surroundings. The men had already begun to take off their muddy outer clothes. Just as they were about to take off their pants, they couldn't help but pause as if they had just remembered something. They also seemed to have sensed that someone was looking at them, so they raised their heads to look. Take it off. Why aren't you taking it off? We're watching. 2 female alchemists stood at the side and stared at them. Their clothes were stained with mud and water and clung tightly to their bodies, outlining their exquisite and graceful figures. Fengjiu couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He glanced at the 2 women and then retreated to sit under a tree not far away. You 2 go wash up first. Hurry, don't take too long, Chun Dao said as he gestured for the 2 women to go wash up by the spring. He then said to the male alchemists, Men, retreat 10 meters away and turn your backs. Seeing this, the alchemists could only endure the discomfort of their clothes sticking to their bodies and retreat 10 meters away to wait. Between men and women, the men definitely had to give way to the women. This was a form of courtesy and also a form of cultivation. Seeing this, the two women looked at each other. One of them guarded while the other changed first. Because they were in the forest and there were men 10 meters away, they didn't dare to wash for too long. After simply washing off the mud on their bodies and changing out of their dirty clothes, they quickly put on clean clothes. "It's done," the two women said as they went to the side and used their spiritual energy to dry their hair. Under the night sky, the two women's figures were voluptuous and their faces were alluring. They stood under the tree and gently stroked their hair under the moonlight, causing the men to stare at them in a daze. Io, one of them didn't pay attention to his feet and tripped on a rock. He pathetically fell to the ground, causing the men beside him to regain their senses and stabilize their minds. The man who fell smiled embarrassedly at the two women and quickly stood up to go to the spring. Fengjiu glanced at those people with a strange expression and then looked away. About an hour later, everyone finished washing their clothes. Fengjiu, who was waiting under the tree, had already taken a nap. She only woke up when she heard Qindao's voice. After changing into clean clothes, Qindao walked over and saw Fengjiu sleeping there. Even his head was tilted to one side. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This kid, he fell asleep just like that. "Senior brother Chun, should we continue or rest here for the night?" A man asked. In fact, he wanted to stay and rest for the night. After all, he had made enough trouble here. "Then let's rest. We'll leave at dawn," Chun Dao said as he took out a robe and wanted to put it on Fengjiu. Unexpectedly, when he approached, Fengjiu woke up with the robe in his hand. The moment he opened his eyes, the vigilance and coldness in his eyes shot out. Chun Dao couldn't help but be startled, as if he was frightened. "Senior brother Chun, what's wrong?" Fengjiu, who woke up, asked. Seeing Chun Dao take a step back with the robe in his hand, he couldn't help but be startled and didn't react. Chapter 14:30. Only the heavens knew that he was caught off guard by Fengjiu's sudden opening of her eyes. His heart was beating rapidly, and if he hadn't held back his scream, he would have lost his composure in front of everyone. Cough. He coughed lightly with one hand clenched into a fist and thought to himself, "If that's really the case, it'll really damage my image." However, the sharpness and coldness in this brat's eyes when he opened his eyes was astonishing. That vigilance was really strong, and it didn't seem like something a foundation establishment cultivator would have. No need. I only took a short nap, and I have clothes too." She smiled and squinted her eyes. She looked at everyone and asked, "Are we resting here tonight? Let's rest first." As he spoke, he walked forward and sat down beside Fengjiu. However, just as he sat down, Fengjiu jumped up. "What's wrong?" Qindao was startled as he looked at Fengjiu, who suddenly stood up. "Senior brother Chun, look, it's the ghost grass." She pointed at the two stalks of ghost grass that appeared again, and her eyes shone brightly. Qindao glanced at it, and indeed, the ghost grass appeared again. However, he wasn't interested and said, "This thing is too difficult to catch and can't be picked. It's better to save some energy and rest." The other alchemists also noticed it, and when they thought of the loss they suffered because of the ghost grass, they were all tempted, but they didn't make a move. They knew their limits, and they couldn't pick these two stalks of ghost grass. If they didn't do it well, even they would be implicated, so forget it. "Senior brother, you don't want it either?" Fengjiu squinted her eyes and asked those people with a smile. Hearing this, Qindao glanced at her and revealed a smile. "From what you're saying, could it be that you want to go and pick it? If you have the ability to pick it, I can help you refine any kind of pill you need as long as you gather the ingredients." Those alchemists sneered and glanced at Fengjiu with contempt. "You can catch the ghost grass that we can't even pick? You're overestimating yourself." "Hee, since you don't want it, then I'll go catch it." She ignored their disdain and walked towards the two ghost grass not far away with a grin on her face. Seeing this, everyone who was resting on the spot no longer felt sleepy. Each and every one of them stared at that green figure, wanting to see how this brat would make a fool of himself. Who would have thought that he would take out a fishing net from his chinquan bag? Everyone was stunned for a moment and had strange expressions on their faces. They watched as he walked forward with light steps and stared at the 2 stalks of ghost grass that were separated by a distance. Then, he prepared to make his move. His net covered one of the stalks. "Ah!" someone exclaimed and stood up. His eyes widened as he stared ahead with an excited expression. "We caught him." "Yes, he did." Fengjiu looked at the ghost grass in the net and laughed. She was familiar with the growth characteristics of the ghost grass, so she took out a thin string and tied it to one of the ghost grass before letting it go. The other stalk moved forward lightly and maintained a close distance. In the next moment, Fengjiu used the net again and easily caught the other stalk, directly putting the 2 stalks of ghost grass into the space. Chapter 14:31. When Chen Dao saw this, he was very surprised. He felt that Fengjiu's skills were very thought-provoking. They couldn't catch the ghost grass, but he only used a net to catch it. That kind of ease was really a slap in the face. Look at him. Look, he's not even 20 years old yet. And he's only an odd-job worker, not even an alchemist. Yet he easily did what you couldn't do. Tell me, don't you feel ashamed? Hearing Chen Dao's words, Fengjiu's mouth twitched. She put away the net and walked back, only to see an alchemist in front of her. "I'll give you pills in exchange for the 2 ghost grass." Looking at the person in front of her, Fengjiu smiled and shook her head. "I won't exchange." She still planned to plant the 2 ghost grass in her space. The ghost grass was a necessary ingredient for many kinds of pills. Adding it to different prescriptions would have different effects. She didn't want to give up the 2 ghost grass. I can doubt before the alchemist finished speaking. He was pushed away by Chen Dao. He staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. Seeing it was Chen Dao, he couldn't help but angrily shout, "Chen Dao, what are you doing?" Chen Dao crossed his arms and looked at him. "I'm the one who wants to say what you want to do. Don't you feel ashamed? Do you think he has to exchange the herbs he picked with you? If you keep pestering him to exchange for the ghost grass, do you believe that I'll kick you back into the mud?" Choked by these words, the alchemist could only glare at Fengjiu. Pursing his lips, he turned around and sat down under the tree. However, the arrogant alchemist couldn't swallow this anger. Chen Dao glanced at the alchemist, snorted, and said to Fengjiu, "Keep your things well. If they dare to cause trouble for you, come find me. You're under my protection. If they dare to have ideas about you, then they're having ideas about me." Hearing this, Fengjiu grinned. "Thank you, Senior Chen. All right. Hurry up and rest. We have to continue our journey at dawn." He waved his hand and found a place to sit down and rest. This time, Fengjiu leaped onto the tree and fell asleep. She leaned against the tree and looked down at the people below. The corners of her lips curled up. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she saw Luo Heng also leaping up and sitting on the tree not far away. "Hey, Fengjiu, why do you have a net with you? Why don't you take it out?" Fengjiu glanced at him and said with a smile, "In the past, it was used to catch fish. Normally, I would use it to catch wild animals. This time, I can use it to catch spiritual herbs. How about selling it to me? I don't want a ghost grass. I want a net. I'll exchange it with pills. No, I still need to use it." She closed her eyes and ignored him. "Sigh, I'm going to sleep. Senior brother Luo, it's impossible to sell it to you, but I can lend it to you. As for this, we'll talk about it when I wake up tomorrow." Hearing this, Luo Heng smiled. All right then. He would use it even if she borrowed it. With that net, there was no need to worry about not being able to catch the ghost grass. The next morning, everyone woke up to the chirping of birds and insects. Looking at the golden rays of the sun shining on the forest, the morning air was incomparably fresh. The tranquil and beautiful feeling made their mood suddenly brighten. Chapter 14:32. The group walked into the forest. As they entered the inner area, they saw all kinds of spiritual herbs growing everywhere. Some grew in the weeds, some grew in the open, and some grew in the cracks of rocks. Fengjiu happily gathered the spiritual herbs in the back. She found that the deeper they went, the higher the quality of the spiritual herbs. Aside from her, the others also began to gather spiritual herbs that were useful to them. The 10 of them spread out, so there was no conflict. A few days later, Chen Dao and the others were resting in the forest. Fengjiu was gathering spiritual herbs in the surroundings. When she put a stalk of submerged ground grass into her universe pouch, She saw a pair of boots appear in front of her. Faintly, she saw a gorgeous skirt. She was startled and raised her head to look. When she saw the person in front of her, a smile appeared on her face. Senior Marshall's sister. Wasn't the person in front of her one of the two women? Did she need something from her? Junior Marshall brother phone. As soon as the delicate voice came out, a pair of white and slender fingers were already on Fengjiu's shoulder. They gently rubbed back and forth. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Fengjiu with an inexplicable meaning. Fengjiu's body stiffened. She stood there as if she didn't know what to do. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Senior Marshall's sister, what are you doing?" Although this woman looked to be in her 20s, her strength was definitely higher than that. She actually had the nerve to make a move on a young grass like her. She was too ruthless. Junior Marshall brother phone. You've gathered so many herbs, yet you don't know how to refine them. How about I take a loss and refine them for you? Hee, there's no need. Senior Marshall brother Chun said he would refine them for me. When the woman's hand lightly touched her chest, she foolishly smiled and quickly retreated a few steps. Seeing the retreating youth, the woman covered her mouth and smiled. Just as she was about to step forward again, she saw him suddenly call out in surprise behind her, "Senior Marshall brother Chun." Hearing those words, her heart jumped. Thinking it was Chun Dao, she quickly turned around. Who knew that there wasn't even a shadow behind her? When she turned around again, the youth had already disappeared. Little brat. She snorted and flicked her finger. Then, she turned around and walked back. Seeing Fengjiu rushing over, Chun Dao, who was chatting with Luo Hong, asked, "Did you call me just now? I think I heard your voice." "Oh yes, I did." Fengjiu came to their side and said with a smile, "I want to ask if we're going to continue walking inside." "Oh this." Chun Dao stroked his mustache and said, "Actually, the higher-ups have instructed that we can only walk around the outer and inner regions. As for the deeper regions," he hesitated and said, "although there are extremely precious spirit herbs in the deeper regions, there are also some ferocious spirit herbs and guardian beasts. The sect actually doesn't recommend us to enter the deeper regions." Fengjiu's eyes lit up as he asked, "Then are we going in?" Her mother should be inside. Since they were already here, if they didn't go in, she wanted to go in and take a look. "You want to go in?" Seeing his anticipation, Chun Dao was a little surprised. You don't know how to refine pills. Even if you gather those spirit herbs, you can only sell them. What's more, I said before, there are powerful spirit beasts and fierce beasts inside. For alchemists like us who specialize in alchemy, it's not suitable to go in. Chapter 1433. I don't agree with you going in. Chun Dao said directly, "You're not strong enough and it's dangerous for you to go in. Besides, we've already gathered a lot of spirit herbs and we're looking for a place to refine pills. Senior brother Chun, you guys go ahead and refine the pills. I'll go take a look. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine," Fengjiu said. Just as he was about to say something else, he heard a loud bang. Bang, 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 bang. What's that sound? Everyone was shocked and quickly stood up to look around. The sound came from the air, and they couldn't tell where it came from. Feeling the ground shake, Fengjiu paused and said, "It might be a giant bear." "How do you know?" Luo Hung looked at him and asked. "The sound is very heavy and rhythmic. Only a giant bear can make such a sound, and the ground is shaking. This giant bear must be very big and must be at least a holy beast." Bang, 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 bang. "It's coming from there." She pointed to the depths of the forest. "It's getting closer and closer. It's a giant bear." She took a deep breath and leaped onto a branch. Looking down from above, she could vaguely see a giant brown bear running out from there. Its speed was frighteningly slow, but it was fast. "This is a holy beast peak, giant bear. Senior brother Chun, quickly take them away from there." Fengjiu shouted and pointed to the other side. Hearing this, Chun Dao frowned and asked, "What about you? You don't want to leave? Now is not the time to play. Quickly come down and leave with us." Fengjiu stood on the tree and looked down at him with a smile. "Senior brother Chun, thank you. But I have to stay. I'll stay and stall for time. I'll lead this giant bear to another direction so that you have enough time to escape." Hearing this, Chun Dao said, "It's just a giant bear. I have medicine in my space. Just one pill will be enough to make the giant bear lie down. Feng Jiu shook his head. It's useless to deal with such a giant brown bear. Moreover, this one is already at the peak of the holy beast level and is only a step away from becoming a holy beast. Those pills won't have any effect on it. Quickly leave. Let's go. If he wants to stay, then let him stay. Let's run for our lives. An alchemist said, and hurriedly ran in the direction Feng Jiu had pointed. That's right, let's go. We're not as strong as you guys. If you don't leave, we'll leave. The rest of the people also quickly ran away, leaving only Luo Heng and the two female alchemists there. Senior Brother Chun, let's go, Luo Heng said. After glancing at Feng Jiu, he also turned around and left. The two female alchemists saw Feng Jiu standing on the tree and not leaving. They couldn't help but be a little surprised, but they didn't say anything and left with everyone. Be careful. Chen Dao glanced at Feng Jiu and reminded him, if you encounter any danger inside, try to avoid it. The people from the south will automatically be teleported out when the time is up. If you really enter the depths and can't come out, just find a place to stay and protect your life. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes moved slightly and he smiled. And I know. Senior Brother Chun, quickly go. We'll meet in the sect. At that time, I'll catch a bamboo spirit rat and bring some wine to you. Chapter 1434. Seeing them leave quickly, Feng Jiu retracted her gaze and looked at the brown bear. In the next moment, she leaped towards the brown bear. Come here. She stepped on the giant bear's shoulder with the tip of her foot and led the brown bear deeper into the forest. Roar! The giant bear was stepped on and roared angrily as it chased after Feng Jiu. At this moment, Feng Jiu noticed that there was a sleeve arrow stuck in the back of the brown bear. The sleeve arrow was black and shiny and looked like it was poisonous. However, she was puzzled. If it was poisonous, why didn't the brown bear fall down? Roar! Bang, bang, bang. The giant bear's roars were accompanied by loud bangs as it ran through the forest. When the people who had already gone to the other side saw that Feng Jiu did not follow them, they could not help but have different expressions. Feng Jiu, Luo Heng looked at Chen Dao and asked, do we really not need to bring him back? No need, let him go. He's a strange person. He'll be fine. Chen Dao waved his hand and said to everyone, let's find a place to rest for a few days. If you want to pick herbs, you can go to another area. If you want to refine pills, you can also find a place to do so. What do you all think? When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and nodded. Okay, let's do that. Thus, under Chen Dao's lead, they went to the other side. Feng Jiu, who was going deeper into the forest, saw a stalk of spiritual medicine and stopped in the middle of the journey. At this moment, the brown bear that was chasing behind her pounced over with a roar. It revealed its sharp claws and fiercely clawed at her. A few wind blades slashed out with a whoosh and left deep marks on the ground. TSK, TSK, you can't be so angry. Be careful. You'll destroy my spiritual medicine. Feng Jiu put away the spiritual medicine she picked and shook her head as she spoke to the brown bear. After avoiding it, she looked at it from head to toe. Are you male or female? She leaped up and sat on a big tree. She rubbed her chin with one hand and stared at the brown bear below. Her pair of smart and cunning eyes rolled around as if she was thinking of something. Roar! The brown bear roared and pounced forward, but couldn't reach the tree. It couldn't help but hug the tree and shake it violently, trying to shake the humans off. Feng Jiu couldn't help but chuckle from the tree. Your intelligence is limited. Can you shake me down like this? She sat among the branches and chuckled. She glanced down at the belly of the giant bear and chuckled. So it's a female bear. Tell me, how could there be such a coincidence? I have a male at home. Why don't you come back with me and be my little black's partner? Her eyes were shining as she spoke. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that it was feasible. This brown bear was of the same breed as her family's little black, but compared to her family's little black, this one's rank was higher. It was about to step into the level of a divine beast. If she took it back, perhaps little black would be very happy to see it. She was looking for companions for her beasts and pets. Roar, roar. The female bear roared angrily and slammed into the tree. The branches of the tree shook from the impact and leaves flew everywhere. Feng was still sitting on the tree, but the female bear with the arrow in her back was gradually losing strength. Roar! Chapter 1435. Hey! She called out from the top of the tree, broke off a branch, and threw it down. Seeing that the female bear was lying motionless, she jumped down from the tree. Just as she was about to pull out the arrow from its back, she saw the female bear suddenly raise its head and pounce on her. Roar! Who? Too treacherous. She let out a soft cry and quickly retreated, avoiding the female bear's attack. Seeing the hatred and anger in the bear's eyes, she knew that she had been angered. I wasn't the one who hurt you, so there's no point in getting angry at me. She waved her hand and sighed. I'll help you pull out the arrow from your back. Even if you can withstand the poison, it's not good to have the arrow stuck there, right? Roar, roar. All right, stop shouting. Do you really think I can't beat you? She rolled her eyes and glanced at the female bear. In the next moment, she held 2 silver needles between her fingers and her lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. For my Xiaohei, I'll take you in. As soon as his voice fell, 2 silver needles shot out and pierced into the female bear that was about to pounce on him. The female bear let out a long howl, and her entire body fell forward. Pung! Seeing the female bear fall down powerlessly, Feng chuckled and went forward. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? You really aren't my match. She came to the female bear's back and checked the wound. Then she slightly knitted her brows. This kind of arrow has a barb. If I pull out like this, I'll be able to tear out a piece of flesh. TSK. I really don't know what kind of person would use an arrow, but to use this kind of barb. While saying this, she took out a dagger. Since she couldn't pull it out directly, she could only cut open the wound a bit to take out the arrow. It was a good thing that she had anesthetics. After applying anesthetics to the wound, she began. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, a sleeve arrow stained with blood was taken out. Feng applied some medicine and bandaged it. Then, she cleaned her hands and gave a pill to the brown bear. She then removed the 2 silver needles that were shot into the brown bear's body. All right. She took a few steps back and asked with a smile, did you eat something to detoxify the poison? Otherwise, how could he not be poisoned? Could it be that there are herbs in this forest that can cure hundreds of poisons? She thought about it and felt that it was very likely. Roar! The brown bear growled. Although it was on guard, it lowered its growl when it saw that Feng did not make any further moves. It lay there without moving until its strength recovered. Then, it jumped and ran quickly into the forest. Hey, you're leaving just like that? Feng stared and shouted, I really have Xiaohei in my house. It's the same kind as you. Roar! The only response she got was a roar. Then, even the sound of running footsteps became distant. Seeing this, she could only shake her head, get up, and rush into the forest. It was more important to find her mother. She wondered what kind of spirit herbs 3 Yangtze had asked her to pick. One had to know that the more precious a spirit herb was, the more dangerous it was. She went in alone. Did she encounter any danger? In the evening, when she smelled the smell of blood in the air, she stopped and rushed towards the place where the smell of blood was coming from. Chapter 1436. Seeing that they were from her sect, she walked out. What happened to you? Did you encounter a ferocious beast? The sudden voice gave the 10 of them a fright. Some of them instinctively jumped up and tore their wounds. Some of them cried out in surprise and lost their composure. When they saw the green figure that walked out, all of them widened their eyes. Who are you? Oh, I'm also from Danyang's sect, but I'm from 3 Yang Peak. She froze for a moment, then grinned foolishly. One of the alchemists frowned and stared at Feng. You're from Danyang's sect? How did a Foundation establishment cultivator come in? I remember now. He was brought in by Chun Dao. At that time, I saw him beside Chun Dao, so I'm sure he's a servant from 3 Yang Peak. The alchemist on the other side said, seeing that it was someone from their sect and that he knew her, he could not help but secretly sigh in relief. It was fine as long as he was sure she would not be a threat to them. Did you encounter a ferocious beast? Why are all of you injured? She asked curiously. These people were golden core cultivators, and one of them was even a nascent soul cultivator. How did they end up in such a sorry state? Could it be that these alchemists only cultivated their spiritual power and not their combat strength? It was really a waste of their strength. What does it have to do with you? One of the alchemists said as he applied medicine to his wound. However, his hand was injured, and after applying medicine, it was not easy to bandage it. Thus, he shouted to Fengjiu, "Come over and help me bandage my wound." When she heard those matter-of-fact words and saw that none of those people wanted to answer her question, it was obvious that they disdained to answer a part-time disciple like her. Seeing this, she smiled and said, "But this has nothing to do with me." When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment, then became furious. "You're just a servant. We let you bandage our wounds because we think highly of you." Fengjiu waved her hand. "No need, no need. It's true that I'm a servant, but I didn't come here to bandage your wounds." She chuckled and said, "You're all alchemists. Can't you just bandage each other's wounds? Why do you need the help of a lowly handyman like me?" Hearing Fengjiu's words, everyone's expression changed slightly. Seeing that the odd-job worker really didn't come forward to help, their faces darkened. They secretly thought that this odd-job worker was too impudent. When they returned to the sect, they would definitely teach him a lesson. Roar! Suddenly, a wolf howl sounded, followed by a series of wolf howls. Hearing the wolf howls, the faces of the 10 injured alchemists changed, and they stood up one after another. "It's a wolf pack! It's a wolf pack! What should we do?" Looking at their pale faces, Fengjiu leisurely leaned against a tree and said, "It must be a pack of wolves. You have blood on you, and the smell of blood is so strong that I can smell it from a few hundred meters away. What's more, those wolves who love to eat human flesh and blood." Hearing Fengjiu's words, someone panicked. "Let's go. Quickly leave this place. Let's go outside." They would only be safe if they left this place and went to the outside. At this moment, he really regretted it. He shouldn't have thought of coming in to pick some precious spiritual herbs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Roar! The wolf howls were getting closer and closer, as if they were coming from the direction of a half circle. The 10 alchemists wanted to go outside, but when they heard the wolf howls, they broke out in cold sweat and stopped in their tracks. Chapter 1437. Fengjiu leaned against a tree and crossed her arms as she looked at the panicked crowd with a strange expression. All right, she felt that these alchemists were too afraid of death. Actually, if it was someone else with a golden core cultivation level, even if they only cultivated spiritual power and did not have any fighting strength, they would not be a loss like this. However, when these people heard the wolf howl, they felt like they were about to die under the claws of the wolves. If they did not even have the will to fight, how could they have the ability to fight? What do we do? What do we do? Oh, right, climb up the tree. Quickly climb up the tree. Seeing them jump up the tree in a hurry, she could not help but grin. Some of the wolves here know how to climb up the tree. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that they all froze and stared at each other speechlessly. Howl! The wolves howled again, and this time, several wolves appeared 10 meters away. Each of them was more than a meter tall and had gray fur. Their mouths were slightly open, revealing sharp fangs. Saliva dripped from their mouths as they stared at them with ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes. The wolves are here. The alchemists' faces turned pale. Some of them held their swords in their hands, but they could not help but tremble. Fighting, as honorable alchemists, this kind of vulgar thing was disdained by them. They might be able to deal with weaker cultivators, but against these bloodthirsty and ferocious wolves, just looking at them made their hearts tremble. How could they still have the strength to fight? Looking at the pale faces of the people on the tree and under the tree, Fengjiu grinned. Fellow alchemists, although I'm an odd-job worker, I'm still a foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, I'm not good at alchemy, but I specialize in martial arts, so it's more than enough to deal with these wolves. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Their eyes were filled with surprise as they looked at Fengjiu. Really? Of course. She raised her chin and said, "Then hurry up and chase the wolves away." Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. It's really not difficult to chase the wolves away, but this is a matter of working for free. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and said, "If you chase the wolves away, each of us will give you a bottle of pills." Pills? No, She shook her head. I don't want pills. She had her own pills. Why would she want theirs? What's more, she might not even fancy their medicinal pills. No. Everyone was stunned. You don't want the pills we gave you? Are you stupid? Do you know how precious our medicinal pills are? Sure enough, he was just a servant. If he didn't even want medicinal pills, then what did he want? If you don't want pills, then what do you want? Someone asked in surprise. Gold, silver, jewels, jade, and treasures are fine, but I don't want things like pills. She grinned and asked, Do you have the things I mentioned? When everyone heard this, they all had strange expressions on their faces. You really want gold, silver, and jewelry? Yes. She nodded in response. Then you chase the wolf pack away first. We'll give it to you after this. One of the alchemists said. Unexpectedly, Fengjiu chuckled. That's fine. The wolves haven't even gotten close yet. I think it's better for me to collect the gold, silver, and jewelry first before chasing the wolves away. This way, I can be braver and risk my life, right? But in this situation, how can we take it out? This is inconvenient. Chapter 1438. Under Fengjiu's smiling gaze, the alchemist could only untie his chinquan bag and take out some gold coins or precious stones to hand over to him. Seeing Fengjiu take the items and stuff them into his chinquan bag, the alchemist's eyes twitched and he asked, Is this enough? If he continued to take them out, he would be completely defrauded. And it's about enough. Fengjiu nodded. His eyes narrowed into a smile as he patted the alchemist's shoulder. Don't worry. With me here, you definitely won't be missing an arm or a leg. Hearing this, the alchemist's mouth twitched. He watched as the youth tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped to another alchemist to receive his so-called reward. Everyone took out gold coins and precious stones to give to him, but there were also a few who were unwilling. They stared suspiciously at Fengjiu and said, You alone can chase away the pack of wolves? Don't joke around. You have to think carefully. If you cheat us, you won't be able to finish eating when we return. A wolf howl was heard as one of the gray wolves fiercely pounced on the tree trunk, causing the tree to shake violently. The alchemist who was standing on the tree did not have a firm footing and was hit by the wolf, causing him to slip and fall down. He fell on the back of the wolf and rolled to the side. He was so shocked that his face turned pale and he screamed out involuntarily. Ah, help! Awoo! Hiss! When the other alchemists on the tree saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces were deathly pale as they hugged the tree branches tightly to prevent themselves from falling down. Especially when they saw that the alchemist had fallen down the tree. Other than the giant wolf that was pouncing on him, there were a few other horses that fiercely rushed out from not far away and pounced on the alchemist. Standing on the tree and hugging the tree branches tightly, they could almost see the alchemist being torn to pieces in the next moment. When they thought of that scene, their bodies trembled and their legs went weak. They couldn't help but squat down. Unlike them, Fengjiu quickly turned around when she heard the commotion behind her. At the same time, she jumped down and raised her hand. A sharp cold light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. In the next moment, there was a blood-curdling scream and blood spurted out, splattering all over the ground. The alchemist who had fallen down the tree screamed in horror. Seeing the giant wolf pouncing on him, he closed his eyes and didn't dare to open them. Until his face was splashed with warm blood. He was startled and he instantly opened his eyes. What he saw was a green figure holding a blood-stained dagger standing in front of him, and a giant wolf's corpse, over a meter-long wolf's carcass that was over a meter-long wolf's body that was over 1 meter-long wolf's carcass over. He's dead? The alchemist fell to the ground with the wolf's corpse on top of him. He could only see blood in front of his eyes and was at a loss. Were you still? Quickly go up. Fengjiu kicked away the giant wolf's carcass and picked up the alchemist who was lying limp on the ground. Using her strength, she threw him up the tree. Ah! The alchemist cried out in shock and quickly hugged the tree branches tightly. He stared blankly at the green figure below. The other people on the tree were the same. They only saw the green figure shuttling through the pack of wolves, raising his dagger and slashing it down. The glint of the dagger was blood red, and the murderous aura was threatening. Chapter 1439. Awoo! The stimulation of the wolf's blood caused the nature of the wolves to be even more aroused. With a savage howl, the sharp wolf claws slashed out like sharp blades, leaving a few deep claw marks on the tree trunks. As the corpses of the giant wolves on the ground increased, the people on the tree couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes filled with shock and fear. The youth who was circling the pack of wolves was reaping the lives of the ferocious beasts like a god of death. It was so easy and effortless that they could not even see a single wound on his body. The blood that splattered on his green robes was all the blood of the giant wolves. Oh, what a long wolf howl sounded. The remaining 7 to 8 giant wolves stared at Fengjiu unwillingly as they bared their teeth and howled. In the end, they could only retreat quickly after that long howl. Fengjiu's gaze swept around and saw the Wolf King standing in the distance. After glancing at the Wolf King, he retracted his gaze and squatted down to dig out the beast crystals of the giant wolves. At this moment, the 10 alchemists on the tree saw that the crisis had been averted, and each of them let out a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and then uncomfortably came down from the tree. They tidied their robes and tried their best to maintain the noble bearing that alchemists should have. However, each of them were in a sorry state, and their faces were deathly pale. Some of them were even trembling slightly. No matter how one looked at them, they didn't have the slightest bit of composure. It was only because they were trying their best to hold on that they looked a little comical. After keeping the beast crystals, Fengjiu turned and walked towards the 2 people behind him. He stretched out his hand in front of them and revealed a harmless smile, saying, "You haven't given me yours yet." The 2 people paused for a moment. Thinking of how ferocious he was when he killed the wolves, their hearts trembled. They hurriedly took out a corresponding amount of gold coins or precious stones and placed them in Fengjiu's hands. Seeing Fengjiu weighing the weight of the items in his hands, the 2 hurriedly said, "We only have these. We don't really need gold coins to enter the secret territory, so we really don't have that much. However, we still have some pills. Do you want them?" After saying this, not only did the people beside him feel strange, even the 2 people who were talking felt very strange, and their expressions became strange. In the past, it was others who begged them to give them pills or sell them some pills. This was the first time they had asked a young, odd-job worker if he wanted their pills. Moreover, it was free. This feeling was really strange. Forget it. Although we're not from the same peak, we're still from the same sect. I won't bicker with you. She smiled and put away the things in her hands. Then, she said to them, "Hurry up and go to the periphery. There aren't just giant wolves in the depths of this place. If you're really surrounded, you'll lose your life. Don't throw away your life for some spirit herbs that you haven't even seen." Looking at these alchemists who were being taught a lesson by her like children, Fengjiu suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and cleared his throat. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. In the future, I'll have to ask you all to take care of me in the sect." When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, Of course. Chapter 1440. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and shook their heads. They only knew that the young man was an odd-job worker from Three-Yong Peak and was brought in by Chun Dao. They didn't know anything else. "All right, we'll know who he is once we get back to the sect and ask around. Let's leave quickly. The smell of blood here is too strong." One of them said and hurriedly led everyone away, heading towards the outskirts. On the other side, the Fengjiu who had earned a lot was in a good mood. Her footsteps were extremely fast, as if the soles of her feet were not touching the ground at all. It was strange and ethereal. Around evening, she found a water source in the forest. It was a water source that flowed down from a high place. It was so clear that she could see the bottom, and there were leaves floating in it. After washing her face, she took off her boots and sat on the edge, soaking her feet in the water. The cold feeling seeped into her body from the soles of her feet. It was so comfortable that she closed her eyes. "So cool," she softly murmured with a smile on her face. She placed her hands behind her back and slightly raised her head to look at the sky with narrowed eyes. She listened to the birds chirping in the forest, the rustling of the leaves in the wind, and the tinkling of the mountain spring. Her entire body relaxed. Actually, there were times when she felt lost. She had been wandering around alone to gain experience. She had spent quite a lot of days like this. It was rare for her to have loved ones in this life. Sometimes, she really just wanted to be an idle and lazy person. After bringing her mother back home, she thought that she should also go back. Who cares about the 8 great empires? It would be better for her to return to her Phoenix dynasty and be an idle person. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the forest. She was startled for a moment. She withdrew her feet and wiped the water off, putting on her boots and walked down the mountain's spring water. About 100 meters away, she saw 2 middle-aged men washing their faces in the spring water and drinking a few mouthfuls. Seeing the 2 men drinking the water that flowed down from her feet, the corner of her mouth twitched. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Who's there?" The 2 men vigilantly turned around and shouted in a deep voice. When they swept their gazes across the surroundings, they frowned when they saw the green figure standing not far away. "Who are you?" Fengjiu's gaze swept across the jade tablets on their waists and the badges on their chests. She composed herself, coughed lightly, and went forward to bow. Three-Yong Peak's service disciple Fengjiu greets the 2 martial uncles. "You're a service disciple from Three-Yong Peak." The 2 men were slightly surprised. They looked at the youth in green and glanced at the jade tablet on the youth's waist. They were a bit puzzled and confused. "You're only a service's martial service. Another odd job disciple. How did you get in here?" "Senior martial uncle. It was senior martial brother Chun who brought me here. I was in the same group as senior martial brother Chun and the others. However, when we encountered a giant bear in the forest, I got separated from them and was chased all the way here by the giant bear." Her expression was pleasantly surprised and excited. She looked at the 2 people in front of her with a respectful gaze. "I've delivered spiritual herbs to the 2 martial uncles' cave residences. It's just that I never had the chance to meet martial uncles. I didn't expect to meet martial uncles here. I'm really too lucky. You actually drank the water I washed my feet with." She didn't know what to say. From the jade tablets and badges on their waists, she determined that the 2 of them were disciples of 3 young children. It was normal for them to come here. After all, there were precious spiritual herbs that didn't exist outside. Chapter 1441. Her eyes flashed as she recalled what San Yangzi said to her mother that day. Therefore, she looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, what a coincidence. I also met Uncle Master Shangwan in this forest earlier." "What? You met junior sister Shangwan?" The 2 of them looked at Fengjiu in astonishment. She really went into the depths of the forest? Hearing this and seeing their reaction, she blinked and said, "I only saw the white figure from afar, and it looked very much like Martial Aunt Shangwan. I didn't see her face, but I've seen Martial Aunt Shangwan a few times in the mountains, so I'm somewhat sure that the figure was her, but what?" The 2 of them asked nervously. Fengjiu looked at them and said worriedly, "But at that time, I saw that Martial Aunt Shangwan seemed to be injured, and there was no one beside her. I wanted to chase after her, but I was only in the foundation establishment stage, so I couldn't catch up to her speed." She heard that 3 Yangzi's disciples had some ulterior motives towards her mother. Since that was the case, she could make use of them. Sure enough, when the 2 of them heard this, they frowned and walked to the side, whispering, "Eldest senior brother is right. Master will definitely let junior sister pick the herbs that he needs." Could it be that what eldest senior brother said was true? Master really intends to. No matter what, I think we should remind junior sister. But I'm afraid that even if we want to, we can't change Master's decision. Let's not talk about other things first. If junior sister really wants to pick the 3 herbs, it must be in the mountain of 1,000 herbs in the depths of the secret realm. Only there are the 3 herbs that Master needs. However, there are many guardian beasts in the mountain of 1,000 herbs. I'm afraid that if we're late, junior sister will. Then let's hurry over. Maybe we can help. Thus, the 2 of them prepared to rush into the depths of the forest. At this moment, a pair of hands reached out and pulled on their robes. "Martial uncles, please wait." Fengjiu, who had heard their words, looked at them and blinked innocently, saying, "Martial uncles, take me with you. I'll die if I stay here alone in this deep forest. If you follow this direction, you'll reach the outer perimeter. We want to go deeper, and it'll be inconvenient for you." One of them said, waving his hand and glancing at the robe that was being pulled. "Let go." Feng Jiao didn't let go. Instead, he said, "But martial uncle, if you leave, what if I encounter ferocious beasts when I go out? What if they encountered a pack of wolves? I will die. Martial uncle, we are all from Three Yang Peak. Although I'm only a part-time disciple, I am still a disciple. You must take me with you." Hearing this, the two of them frowned, looked at each other, and sent out a wave of energy. "You'll die faster if you follow us." With that, they ignored Feng Jiao and rushed into the forest. Seeing this, Feng Jiao grinned. "Mountain of all medicines? Is this the destination?" With that, she tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and followed behind the two of them. At the same time, in the depths of the forest at the foot of the mountain of 1,000 herbs, Shangguan Wanrong, who was dressed in white, raised her head and looked at the precipitous mountain of 1,000 herbs. She looked at the myriad of spiritual herbs growing on the mountain. Chapter 1442. She glanced at the mountain of all medicines in front of her and called out her flying sword, intending to ride it up. This side of the mountain was too steep, so she could only go up the mountain first and then look for those herbs. However, when she flew up on her flying sword and approached the mountain of all medicines, a wave of pressure came from the mountain and fiercely pressed her down from midair. Her entire body instantly lost balance and fell down. She cried out in surprise. Due to the pressure, she was unable to stabilize her body as she fell. Seeing that she was about to fall, a figure swept out and caught her. Shangguan Wanrong was startled and was slightly surprised when she saw the person who came. "Eldest senior brother, why are you here?" After landing, she steadied herself and hurriedly retreated from his side. She looked at the person in front of her with a complicated expression. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He wore a green robe, and his black hair was tied up. His face was upright and handsome. In the cultivation world where handsome men and beautiful women were as common as clouds, this kind of appearance wasn't considered outstanding. However, his aura was steady, and his deep eyes were filled with the light of wisdom. His entire body exuded the steady aura of a mature man. At this moment, he looked at Shangguan Wanrong, who retreated from his side and withdrew his hand with a natural expression. However, there was a touch of disappointment and loss in his heart. "Junior sister, you can't go pick these herbs." He looked at her and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shangguan Wanrong's eyes flashed. "Eldest senior brother knows what herbs I came to pick. Didn't Master say that he only told her about this? Only told her to come here to pick herbs? Didn't he say that he had other instructions for eldest senior brother and the others?" Why, seemingly seeing her doubts, Duan Mubai sighed softly. "Master didn't tell us that you came to the mountain of all medicines to pick herbs, but we all know. Junior sister, I've been by Master's side for so many years, so Master's matters can't be hidden from me. Do you know that?" His voice paused, as if he didn't know how to say it. It also seemed that these words were difficult to say. Shangguan Wanrong frowned slightly. "Isn't it just picking herbs? Could it be that there's something I don't know?" Duan Mubai looked at her and said, "Give me your hand." Hearing this, she hesitated for a moment and reached out her hand. She saw him reach out and put his finger on her wrist, carefully checking her pulse. Seeing this, she was puzzled. What was he doing? Was there something wrong with her body? Impossible. If there was any discomfort in her body, she would know. After all, she was also an alchemist and more or less knew some medical knowledge. After a while, Duan Mubai withdrew his hand and sighed softly. "Master is indeed master. I'm useless and can't detect the abnormality in your body. However, I can tell you that you really can't go and pick this medicine. If you do, you'll be giving away your life." Why? She didn't understand. Although Master was strict with her, not allowing her to go out and not allowing her to have too much contact with her senior brothers, from time to time, he would still refine some pills that could increase her strength and were beneficial to her. Could it be that he would harm her? What's more, she was very careful. Even if it was the pill that her master gave her, she would only take it after checking that it wasn't poisonous and wouldn't cause any harm to her body. There shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 1443. He looked at her and paused for a moment before saying, "Junior sister, I actually think it's better for you to leave the Danyang sect." Shangwan Wanrong's heart sank when she heard this. She asked, "Eldest senior brother, do you know something about me that I don't know?" "Eldest senior brother, little junior sister." Two voices were heard. The two people standing at the foot of the mountain turned around and saw two figures rushing over from not far away. Behind them, there was a thin and small cyan figure following. Its third junior brother and fourth junior brother. Duan Mu Bai's gaze swept past the two people and landed on the cyan figure behind them. Who was that? Shangwan Wanrong glanced at the two people in front of her. Then her gaze landed on the cyan figure behind them. When she saw who the thin and small figure was, she couldn't help but be slightly startled. It's Three-Yong Peak's odd job disciple, Fengjiu. But why did he also come here? Eldest senior brother, little junior sister, why? Why are the two of you together? The two people arrived in front of them and looked at them with surprise. I knew little junior sister would come here, so I waited for her here. Duan Mu Bai looked at the two of them and said, "Why did you also bring an odd job disciple here? How did he come in?" There's a rule that only Golden Core Realm alchemists could enter. That youth was only an odd job disciple, and a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator at that. Why did he also come in? And he even followed them here? The two people were startled. They looked at each other and then turned around. When they saw the figure following behind them, a strange expression appeared on their faces. We clearly let him go out first, but we didn't expect him to actually follow us in. What surprised them was that this odd job disciple could actually keep up with their footsteps. However, when they saw that the odd job disciple was in a sorry state, his cyan clothes were slightly torn, his face was covered in dust, and he was sweating profusely as he followed behind them, they were relieved. Marshal Aunt Shangwan. Fengjiu waved at his mother from afar and grinned happily, because he saw her standing there safe and sound. Therefore, he quickly walked forward. Only the heavens knew how difficult it was for her to make herself look so wretched and covered in sweat. It would be strange if they didn't find it strange if someone was following them with light footsteps. Arriving in front of him, she smiled and bowed respectfully towards Duan Mu Bai. "Greetings, Marshal Uncle." He hadn't seen any of them even after spending so much time at the Three-Yong Peak. However, he didn't expect to see three of them here. The last one didn't seem to be here. "Why are you here?" Shangwan Wanrong looked at Fengjiu and asked. She saw that he was in a sorry state and was sweating profusely, but there were no wounds on his body. She couldn't help but be puzzled. In the depths of the forest, even Golden Core cultivators would inevitably be injured. Although this youth was in a sorry state, there was not a single wound on his body. It was as if he had not encountered any danger along the way. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and squinted his eyes. "I was chased into this place by a giant bear. Fortunately, I met the two martial uncles, and then I followed them all the way here." Duan Mu Bai, the eldest disciple of the three Yangzi, was somewhat out of her expectations. This person was calm and reserved, and his appearance was maintained to be extremely youthful. It was impossible to tell that he was already a few decades old. Chapter 1444. "Yes," she replied and lowered her gaze. Duan Mu Bai stared at Fengjiu for a while before looking away at Shangwan Wanrong. "Junior sister, what do you plan to do next?" As soon as they heard this, their gazes descended onto Shangwan Wanrong, and they saw her looking at the mountain of 1,000 herbs above her. She said, "Since Master told me to get those 3 herbs, then I'll go get them. As for the rest, we'll talk about it after we return to the sect." She wanted to see why she would lose her life if she picked those 3 herbs. What did those 3 herbs have to do with her? What exactly did her master want to do? Fengjiu's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, those 3 herbs? What exactly are those 3 herbs? Why did these people's expressions change when they mentioned those 3 herbs? Seeing this, Duan Mu Bai sighed. "Junior sister, why do you have to do this?" "Eldest senior brother, you don't have to say anymore." Shangguan Wanrong looked at them and said, I'll go into the mountain of 1,000 herbs to pick herbs. Don't follow me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. We'll meet in the sect. As she spoke, she cupped her hands and bowed to the three of them before walking forward. Junior sister, Duan Mubai, stood in front of her and frowned. The mountain of 1,000 herbs has restrictions in the air, so you can't go up on your sword. It's too dangerous for you to go up like this. If you fall from a dare like before, how many times do you think you'll be so lucky? I'll be careful. She looked at him steadily and said, Eldest senior brother, this is the task that Master gave me. Moreover, Master told me that he has another task for you. I think that it's impossible for you to be here. Hearing this, their eyes flickered slightly. That's right, they shouldn't have appeared here. Their master did give them some other instructions, but when they found out that she had entered this place, they came looking for her. They didn't follow her, but looked at each other as she walked forward. Finally, their gazes landed on Duan Mubai. Eldest senior brother, are we really going to let junior sister go into the mountain to look for herbs? Not to mention other things, there are many poisonous snakes and fierce beasts there. If she goes alone, won't she? Go and do what Shizhuan told you to do. I'll follow junior sister to take a look, Duan Mubai instructed and gestured for the two of them to leave first. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, Oh right, bring that odd job disciple out as well. Let him. Where is he? He turned around, but found that the youth who was originally standing not far away had disappeared at some point. The two of them were also stunned. They looked around and suddenly pointed to the front. Eldest senior brother, look, that servant disciple is over there, only to see that the cyan figure had already passed by them at some unknown time, following behind Shangguan Wanrong. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but be startled. What is this odd-job worker trying to do? A mere foundation establishment cultivator dared to enter the mountain of 1,000 medicines? Does he want to die? Duan Mubai said angrily and quickly chased after him. At this moment, Shangguan Wanrong, who was in front, looked at the young man behind her and couldn't help but stop. Why are you following me? Go back quickly. Feng Jiu grinned and looked at her with narrowed eyes. Uncle Master Shangguan, don't you want to pick herbs? I'll go in with you. I can pick herbs too. Chapter 1445. It's all right, I can protect myself. Shangguan Wanrong was about to speak when Duan Mubai walked over and said to Feng Jiu with a solemn face, How can a servant disciple like you protect yourself? Hurry up and follow them out. Hearing this, Feng Jiu blinked and came to Shangguan Wanrong's side. Martial Ant Shangguan, just let me follow you. I really won't cause any trouble for you. It wasn't easy coming here, and I also want to go up and pick herbs. As she spoke, she paused and glanced at Duan Mubai before continuing. Moreover, there's no rule that says that disciples who come here to train can't go near the mountain of 1,000 herbs. If you don't bring me along, then I can only stay away from you. However, I will still enter the mountain of 1,000 herbs. Hearing this, Shangguan Wanrong's gaze moved slightly, and she looked deeply at Feng Jiu before saying, Since that's the case, then follow me. Junior sister, eldest senior brother, you should go and do your own thing. I'll be fine here. If anything really happens, it will be after we return to the sect. At that time, if something really happens that I can't save myself, I hope that eldest senior brother can save my life. Her voice paused slightly as she looked into the distance and sighed softly. Junior sister, I still have an unfulfilled wish. There's still someone I want to see. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that she would not be able to see her daughter and not be able to see the man hidden deep in her heart. Feng Jiu looked at the expression on her face and the helplessness in her words, and his heart clenched. Mother, are you thinking of father and me? Do you want to go back and see us? Actually, I'm right here, right in front of you. Duan Mubai's expression froze when he heard this, and he nodded solemnly. Junior sister, don't worry. Eldest senior brother promises you. He looked deeply at her and reminded her worriedly, Since that's the case, then you must be careful when you enter the mountain. Shangguan Wanrong nodded in response and watched as he walked toward the other two. The three of them left together. Let's go. She looked at Feng Jiu and said, then turned and walked forward. Feng Jiu looked at her from behind. He opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Was she going to tell her directly that she was her daughter? She was Feng Qingda? Could she believe it? If she were to say this out loud, even she herself wouldn't believe it. How could someone who used to be from a ninth-ranked country come to one of the 8 great empires? And in front of her, if she said that she was afraid that she would only think that someone had sent her to get close to her. Thinking of this, she scratched her head in frustration. Sigh, why is it so difficult to acknowledge a relative? Shangwan Wanrong, who was walking in front, felt that the youth behind her had been looking at her. Judging from her breathing, it seemed that she had encountered something annoying and was in a difficult situation. However, since he didn't say anything, she didn't ask further. After all, it was his privacy. However, she slowed down her pace and looked in front of her. This mountain of 1,000 herbs has been sealed in the air. We can only go around this side and go up from the other side. Follow me closely. Some of the herbs in the forest are poisonous. Don't touch them in case you get poisoned. Yes, Feng Jiu responded and quickly walked to her side. After glancing at her, he walked forward with her. Chapter 1446. 2 days later, they finally circled around the foot of the mountain and climbed up 10,000 Medicine Mountain. She followed beside her mother and watched her skillfully explore the forest, checking if there were any ferocious beasts in the surroundings. She would also pay attention to whether or not there were any guardian spiritual beasts when picking medicinal herbs. During these 2 days, they didn't encounter any major incidents or dangers. They walked towards the edge of the mountain, close to the precipitous wall. It seemed that the first medicinal herb grew in that precipitous wall. Thus, she glanced at her mother, who was squatting down to pick a spiritual herb, and asked, "Martial Uncle Shangwan, Martial Uncle Duan, and the others said that you need to pick 3 spiritual herbs. What kind of spiritual herbs are they?" She was very curious. What 3 spiritual herbs were they that had to be picked? Moreover, from what they said, it seemed that if they picked all 3 herbs and gave them to 3 Yangtze, would her good mother lose her life? Why was it like this? Those are top-quality spiritual herbs. You don't recognize them. As Shangwan Wanrong spoke, she turned around and glanced at her. "Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while?" Hearing this, she hurriedly said, "I'm just hungry." Hearing this, she took out a seclusion grain pill and handed it to Feng Jiu. "Have you finished eating? Take this." Unexpectedly, Feng Jiu shook his head and waved his hand. "I don't like to eat medicine to fill my stomach. I like to eat meat." Saying this, he couldn't help but grin. Shangwan Wanrong was startled and revealed a faint smile. "If you want to eat meat, you'll have to look for it on this mountain. Let's see if there's any meat to eat. Then should we rest for a while?" She looked at her expectantly and asked, "Rest? In any case, there's still a lot of time. There's no rush." As she spoke, she looked around and pointed to a place not far away. "Over there. There's a large flat rock over there. There's no grass around, so we can rest there." "Okay," Feng Jiu responded, then said, "Martial Uncle Shangwan, then you go sit for a while. I'll be back in a while." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran off. "Hey you." Before Shangwan Wanrong could finish her sentence, she saw that Feng Jiu had already run away. She could only go to the big rock and sit there, waiting for him to come back. About the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Shangwan Wanrong, who was drinking water, saw the black-clothed young man come back with 2 wild pheasants in one hand and a bundle of dry branches in the other. She was startled, got up, and walked forward. "Sure, Shu Shangwan, you just sit down. I'll do the rest." Feng Jiu grinned, indicating that she didn't need to come over. Shangwan Wanrong came to Feng Jiu's side and took the bundle of branches from her hands. She said with some surprise, "I didn't see any wild pheasants on the way here. How did you catch them?" This kind of pheasant ran the fastest. Without a certain speed, it was impossible to catch it, especially in such a mountain forest. "What's the big deal about catching 2 pheasants? I often run around by myself, so I'm used to doing these things. I have experience." She smiled as she spoke. She had Shangwan Wanrong go sit on the side while she took care of herself. Not long after, she lit the branches on fire and then placed the 2 wild pheasants in the fire to roast. She said with a smile, "Martial Uncle, just wait to taste my cooking." How could those seclusion grain pills be as fragrant as this meat? Hearing this, Shangwan Wanrong smiled lightly and took a branch with pheasants in it from Fengjiu's hands. I'll help. She looked at the pheasants being roasted in the fire and saw the young man's skilled hands. She couldn't help but ask, "You're so young. How come you often do these things?" Chapter 1447. She was startled and asked, "Why are you running around? You're still young. Will your family be able to stop worrying?" Fengjiu's hand that was flipping the pheasant paused. He looked up at her and smiled. "I came to find my mother, and I can protect myself." "Find your mother?" She was slightly surprised and asked, "Then did you find her?" "I found her. She's in the sect." He looked at her as he spoke, meeting the youth's clear and smiling eyes. Shangwan Wanrong's heart jumped, and she inexplicably jumped up. She felt that this youth's words had a deeper meaning, as if there was a layer of gauze shrouding it, making it impossible for people to see clearly. "Then your mother doesn't know that you came to find her? You're in the same sect, but she didn't recognize you?" Perhaps because this topic touched her heart, she couldn't help but ask again. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "My mother probably thought that I was still at home. My home is very far from here, so she didn't think that I would come. Moreover, she left when I was very young, so it's normal that she didn't recognize me." "Then why did she leave you?" she asked in a daze. "My mother's family didn't allow her to be with my father, so they took her back and locked her up. My father raised me alone, and sometimes my father would hold my mother's things in a daze. I thought that when I had the ability, I would help find my mother." His voice paused, and he looked at Shangwan Wanrong, who was in a daze, and said, "I want to reunite with my family. Martial Uncle Shangwan, tell me, if you were my mother, would you go back with me?" Shangwan Wanrong stared at Fengjiu in a daze, waves of shock and excitement surging in her heart. Her eyes were red, and tears welled up in her eyes. In an instant, thoughts flashed through her mind. String after string of information was connected by her at this moment, as if she didn't dare to believe it, and also felt that it was inconceivable. In the past, she always felt that this youth seemed to like to get close to her. Wherever she appeared, she would appear. The few times they met, she showed her intimacy and joy that was so obvious. He told her that her surname was Feng, and her name was Fengjiu. He told her that he missed his mother. He even ran over to ask her if she would participate in the training in the mystic realm. She even told him that he was only at the foundation establishment stage and couldn't enter the arcane realm. However, he still managed to enter. Not only did he come in, he even came to her side. If she still couldn't figure out this string of matters by now, she would be Shangwan Wanrong in vain. The more she looked at Fengjiu, who was dressed like a teenager, the more she felt that this was a mischievous girl. How could this be a teenager? However, not only did she dress up very well, even her mannerisms and demeanor did not have a trace of a girl's coquettishness. Thinking of how she handled the pheasants neatly and how she said that she often ran outside just to find her mother, her heart tightened. She forced herself to hold back the tears in her eyes. Even if she really wanted to confirm it, even if she really wanted to pull her into her arms and ask her everything, even if she really wanted to hear her call her mother, she held it all back at this moment. Chapter 1448. She also wanted to reunite with her family. However, after so many years had passed, she didn't dare to think about this idea. She had just said that her father always took her mother's things and missed her. So, after so many years, he still hadn't remarried? His memories had clearly been sealed. So how could he recall them? She saw Shangwan Rong's expression and saw her sitting there absent-mindedly. She didn't even react when a pheasant roasted over the fire was slightly charred. Seeing this, she took the branch from her hand and looked at her, asking, "Martial Uncle Shangwan, you still haven't told me. Will my mother come home with me?" Hearing Fengjiu's voice, Shangwan Wanrong came back to her senses. She raised her sleeve to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes and adjusted her mind. She suppressed the ups and downs in her heart and stared at her. She will go back with you, but not now." Hearing this, Fengjiu stared at her. When their eyes met, the layer of paper that hadn't been broken seemed to have disappeared in front of them. They had guessed each other's identities, but hadn't recognized each other. After a long time, Fengjiu lowered her eyes. I know. It should be about that 3 Yangzi. In the end, what did that 3 Yangzi want to do? Seeing her lower her eyes and the smile on her face, Shengwan Wanrong hurriedly said, she will definitely go back. When she's done with her matters, she will definitely go back. I promise. I believe you. She raised her eyes and smiled, nodding. Not long after, the roasted pheasant was cooked. She added some seasoning and handed it to her. Try it. Thank you. Shengwan Wanrong took it and softly thanked her. She tore off a piece and ate it. The two people chatted while eating the roasted pheasant. Perhaps because they had opened their mouths, although they hadn't broken through the layer of paper, the feeling and atmosphere of getting along was a bit different. After eating the roasted pheasant, the two people continued to walk forward. This time, Shengwan Wanrong took the initiative to say, among the 3 herbs my Shizuan asked me to collect, one is red mountain stone iron. This kind of spiritual herb grows in the cracks of the stone walls and can only be found in those steep mountain walls. Later, I'll go halfway up the mountain to take a look. You stay up there and wait. Sure, Tying Shan Hong. This is an extremely rare elixir. There must be a guardian beast next to such an elixir. Moreover, it's located halfway up the mountain. Most of them are poisonous snakes. As Fengjiu spoke, he frowned. So took into mind the Tying Red Mountain. Then I'll go down and do it. I recognize this spirit medicine. No, it's too dangerous. I'll go down. Don't worry. It's not my first time picking herbs, so I'll be fine. She directly refused. When she reached the top, she took out a thick rope from her space and tied it around her body. I've already prepared everything before I came here. Everything is complete, and I've also taken the antidote beforehand. Hearing her say this, Fengjiu had no choice but to take the rope in her hand and tie it firmly to her body. He said, then be careful. I'll wait for you up there. Tie one side of the rope to the big tree here. As she spoke, she tied the other end of the rope to the big tree next to her. She said, if there's anything, call me or pull the rope. Hearing this, Shengwan Wanrong revealed a gentle and soft smile. I know. You don't have to worry. Wait for me here. You also have to be careful of the surroundings in case there are ferocious beasts. Chapter 1449. No need, I have some. She stuffed it back to her, but she stuffed it back in. Take it, Shengwan Wanrong said. After glancing at her, she turned around and walked to the side. I'm going down. Looking at the pill bottles in her hand, Fengjiu smiled and put them away. I'll help you pull the rope. As she said this, she pulled the rope from the side, allowing her to borrow strength to descend. This 10,000 medicine mountain was very high. From the time they circled around to the top, it took them 2 days. She didn't even know where the stone iron red mountain was growing, because looking up from the bottom of the mountain, there was a layer of fog in the air that blocked their line of sight. Looking down from the top of the mountain was the same. They couldn't see from a distance, so they could only go down and check it out bit by bit. She used a full half an hour to descend with just a rope. When she walked to the edge and looked down, she could no longer see her mother's figure because it was blocked by the fog. I wonder what's down there? It's really too dangerous like this. She softly muttered, feeling a bit uneasy. The stone iron red mountain was a pill that could prolong one's life. It was one of the main ingredients needed to refine the life essence pill. Because it was extremely rare, it was hard to find it at a high price even in the auction house outside. Could it be that 3 Yangzi wanted to use this medicine to refine a pill that could prolong one's life? However, ordinary life essence pills shouldn't have any effect on 3 Yangzi. According to what she knew, 3 Yangzi was already several hundred years old. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard rustling sounds. She turned around to look. She didn't know when, but more than 10 monkeys had scuttled out from the tree. They were all squeaking, and some even wanted to untie the rope tied to the tree. Scram! Fengjiu sternly shouted. She raised her hand, and a wave of pressure attacked those monkeys. Perhaps they were afraid of the ancient divine beast's pressure in her body, but after those monkeys were pushed back several meters, they didn't dare to move forward. Instead, they scattered and fled in all directions. She sat under the big tree with the rope tied to it. She held the rope with one hand, and sensed the movement below from the tightness of the rope and the rhythm of its shaking. At the same time, Shangguan Wanrong, who descended, was searching all over the stone wall, and her eyes lit up when she saw a spirit herb growing between the cracks of a stone, causing her expression to be filled with delight. It's sure tying Shan Hong. Looking at the spirit herb that was 2 meters away from her, she held the rope with both hands and pushed off the mountain wall with her feet. Then she took a deep breath and used the force of her feet pushing off the mountain wall to swing the rope in that direction. Feng Jiu, who was on top of the rope, felt that the rope was shaking violently. He was slightly startled and quickly got up to the side and shouted, "Martial Uncle Shangguan, are you all right?" "It's okay. I found Shi tying Shanong." Shangguan Wanrong, who was halfway up the mountain, raised her voice and replied. Her body swayed and came to this side. She just happened to be on the other side of the stone crack, but she didn't immediately approach. There was bound to be a guardian beast next to a top-grade spear herb like this. If she went forward to pick it, she could lose her life at any time. As a result, she flipped her hand and took out a gold coin and threw it at the stone crack. Only a clang was heard as the coin fell. A black figure scuttled out with a whoosh and bit the gold coin. Chapter 1450. Black Gold Snake. One drop of its venom can kill a ferocious beast, and the snake's gallbladder is even better. Since I've encountered it, I'll catch it while I'm at it. Shangguan Wanrong softly murmured, her gaze fixed on the small snake that glowed with an oily black light. In the next moment, she first applied the medicine on her hand, then used the strength of the rope to swing forward, instantly grabbing the small snake's head. At the same time, Feng Jiu, who was waiting above, faintly heard the sound coming from below. Although the sound drifted in the wind and wasn't clear, knowing that she was down there, he could rest assured. She waited above for about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before she felt the rope vibrate. Guessing that her mother had already picked the herbs, she hurriedly retracted the rope and pulled her back from below the steep wall. About an hour later, she was pulled up from below. Feng Jiu went forward to take a look. Seeing that apart from her clothes being rubbed and dirty, there were no wounds, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. "Are you okay? Did you pick the herbs?" Feng Jiu asked while helping her untie the rope. "I picked them. Look, this is the stone Tai-ing Shan Hong, one of the essential main ingredients for refining the life essence pill." Shangguan Wanrong lightly smiled and took out the spiritual herb she picked to show Feng Jiu, then said, "I also caught the stone tying Shan Hong's guardian snake. It's a black gold snake." Hearing this, Feng Jiu was startled and his heart jumped. The black gold snake is highly venomous, and its reaction is extremely fast. "You weren't bitten, right?" "No, it's fast. My speed is faster than it." She smiled as she put away the spiritual herb, patted her clothes, and said, "I still need 2 more herbs to find them." Hearing this, Feng Jiu said, "What are those 2 herbs? I can help you find them." Hearing this, Shangguan Wanrong slightly smiled. "Although you're quite familiar with spiritual herbs and have been delivering spiritual herbs on the peak for some time, those herbs are extremely rare even in the sect. Even if you see them, you won't necessarily recognize them, because those 3 herbs were something she had never seen before. If you don't tell me, how do you know I won't recognize them?" She smiled slyly and looked at her with a pair of smiling eyes, proudly saying, "I'm very powerful. There's no spiritual herb that I don't recognize." "Oh." Shangguan Wanrong heard this and asked, "So, you've really learned it?" And I've learned it." Feng Jiu nodded. She was very confident. She was. However, judging from the current situation, although the stone iron echoing mountain red was one of the essential herbs for the life essence pill, it was just that. She didn't know how many other herbs were needed. Even she didn't know what kind of pill the final pill would be, but she was sure that it had something to do with the life essence pill. Seeing this, Shangguan Wanrong glanced at her and took out a folded piece of paper from her space. "These are the 3 herbs I'm looking for." Feng Jiu took it and opened it. She saw 3 spiritual herbs drawn on the white paper with their names and growth habits. The first one was the freshly picked stone Tai-ing Shanong. The second is the flower of longevity, and the third is the 7-leaf grass. Chapter 1451. Yes, it's these 3 herbs. Speaking of which, I've been practicing alchemy for so long, but this is the first time I've seen these 3 herbs. If my master hadn't marked out the growth habits of these herbs, it would have been really difficult to find these 3 herbs in this huge mountain of 1,000 herbs. Speaking of this, she smiled. But it's okay. I finally found the first one. Then, does Marshall Uncle know the medicinal properties of the longevity flower and the 7-leaf variant grass? Fengjiu looked at her and asked, I once heard that Master 3 Yangzi once suffered a fatal internal injury. In recent years, his internal injury has worsened, and he doesn't have much time left. And this stone iron reflection mountain red is a necessary ingredient to refine the life essence pill. I guess the other 2 ingredients should also be used to refine the life essence pill. He probably wants to use these pills to refine a pill that can cure his internal injuries and prolong his life. Her voice paused, and she hesitated. But after all, my cultivation in alchemy is far inferior to his. Even if I know these 3 herbs, I don't know what kind of vitality pill he wants to refine. Marshall Uncle Duan told Marshall Uncle not to collect these herbs, otherwise you'll lose your life. Marshall Uncle, have you never thought that perhaps, in addition to these pills, the peak master might want your life? Fengjiu directly pointed out the most important point. But even she didn't know why it was her mother. Could it be that there was something on her mother that 3 Yangzi wanted? She always had a feeling that something was wrong when 3 Yangzi took her as his last disciple and brought her into the sect, but didn't hold the apprenticeship ceremony and didn't allow her to go down the mountain. It was as if he was afraid that she would escape. Shangguan Wanrong's eyes flashed slightly, and she smiled. Don't worry, I'll pay attention to this. We can't find the answer here. We'll only know when we return to the peak. Okay, Fengjiu responded and went to find the other 2 spiritual herbs with her. In his mind, he was thinking about what kind of pill would be formed when these 3 herbs were mixed and refined. A few days later, Chun Dao and the others finished concocting a batch of pills, then went looking for more spirit ingredients. Actually, we should go to the 10,000 Medicine Mountain. There are precious spirit medicines there. Unfortunately, an alchemist said. His eyes were filled with yearning and fear. There were a lot of spirit herbs in that place, but there were also a lot of dangers. For alchemists like them who only cultivated spirit energy and not battle prowess, the strength of a gold core cultivator was not even comparable to the battle prowess of a foundation establishment cultivator. With such battle prowess, it was hard to say when they would die inside. However, when they thought of the spiritual herbs on the 10,000 Medicine Mountain, their hearts itched unbearably. Just think about it. Whatever you do, you have to do it within your capabilities. Don't compare yourself with others. We don't have that kind of strength. Chen Dao glanced at them and said. He leaned against the tree and drank some water to moisten his throat. Just as he was about to relax and take a nap, he felt the ground tremble slightly, as if something was running towards him. What was that sound? Someone asked in shock. He hurriedly laid down on the ground to listen for any movement. Once he heard it, the sound that sounded like 10,000 horses galloping caused his expression to change. It sounds like a beast tied. What? A beast tied? When everyone heard this, they stood up with pale faces. Even Chun Dao and Luo Heng's faces were full of shock and astonishment. Seeing that everyone was still in a daze, Chun Dao immediately shouted, "Run! What are you waiting for?" Chapter 1452. Everyone reacted and quickly fled with Chun Dao. However, right behind them, a cacophony of sounds like 10,000 horses galloping could be heard. The loud bangs were accompanied by the sounds of trees being knocked down and the roars and roars of ferocious beasts and spirit beasts. The sounds echoed in the forest. A slower alchemist was hit by a ferocious beast and flew into the air. He screamed and fell into the herd of beasts, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Looking back, Chun Dao and the rest were stunned. They sucked in a cold breath but did not dare to slow down. Run! Quick! Fly on your swords! Seeing tens of thousands of beasts surging towards them from behind, they all jumped onto their flying swords and changed to flying swords. However, because the trees in the forest were messy and there was a restriction in the sky, the height that they could fly was also limited. Under this kind of situation, they had to avoid the trees in front of them and also had to quickly escape for their lives. To these pill masters, they were already panicking. A cry of alarm was heard. A flying alchemist crashed into a tree and fell to the ground. He rolled and crawled as he cried for help. "Save me! Save me!" The others did not even care about running for their lives. Why would they save him? They only glanced downwards in panic before abandoning the place. Chen Dao saw this and gritted his teeth. He turned back and rushed towards that person. "Senior Brother Chun, do you want to die?" Luo Heng shouted. He found it unbelievable that Chen Dao was going to save that person. "You go first," Chen Dao said without turning back. He turned back on his sword and reached out to pull up the alchemist who could not stand up due to fear. "Get up quickly." The alchemist was so shocked that his face turned pale. His body was trembling, and he was terrified. He tried to stand up, but he couldn't. Chen Dao even pulled him up onto the flying sword, but he couldn't stand up and fell down again. "Get up quickly. Quick!" Chen Dao shouted and pulled him up again. Seeing this, Luo Heng struggled in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "So be it." He also turned back and took out his sword. He injected spiritual energy into it and attacked the incoming ferocious beasts, trying to buy more time for Chen Dao to save the alchemist. After a few breaths, Chen Dao finally brought the alchemist up onto his flying sword. He shouted at Luo Heng, "Let's go quickly." As a result, the two of them quickly caught up with the person in front of them on their flying swords. Behind Chen Dao stood the alchemist he had saved. However, the beast tide was not only the ferocious beasts, there were also ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts in the air. It was as if something was chasing them from behind. "Be careful. It's a red-billed blood eagle." When Chen Dao saw the group of red-billed blood eagles in front of him, he wanted to slow down and avoid them. Who would have thought that a lone red-billed blood eagle would attack them from behind? Luo Heng let out a low cry and quickly dodged. Just as Chen Dao was about to dodge, he suddenly felt someone grab his robe from behind and push him in the direction of the red-billed blood eagle. I don't want to die." Chapter 1453. Chen Dao cried out in alarm. Due to the force coming from behind him, he was unable to stop himself from falling forward. He saw the red-billed blood eagle raise its sharp beak and fiercely peck at his lumbar vertebrae as he fell forward. In an instant, his face turned pale as a heart-wrenching pain assaulted him. He could only hear the sound of his bones breaking. It was so crisp and clear that it was transmitted into his mind. Immediately after, he was stepped on by the red-billed blood eagle and fell from the sky. Before he fell unconscious, he seemed to have heard Luo Heng's shocked and angry cry, "Senior Brother Chun." Luo Heng angrily cried out in alarm. Looking at the person who was fleeing on Chen Dao's flying sword, he fiercely cursed, "Bastard!" Just as he cursed, he saw the red-billed blood eagle chase after that person. Not long after, that alchemist let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire head was pecked off by the red-billed blood eagle. In an instant, fresh blood splattered in the air and filled the air. "Serves you right to die a horrible death." He cursed angrily and turned around to look for Chen Dao. However, what he saw was that Chen Dao had fallen into a small ditch in the forest. Although he had avoided the miserable fate of being trampled by tens of thousands of beasts, his heart still sank when he saw Chen Dao lying there motionless and covered in blood. He seemed to have heard the sound of him being pecked by the blood eagle's beak. Where exactly was he hurt? He didn't dare to go down because all he could see were beasts. If he went down, he would definitely be trampled flat. Fortunately, those beasts ran past and didn't stop. After those beasts ran past, he looked around to make sure that there was no danger before going down. "Senior Brother Chun? Senior Brother Chun?" Among so many people, Chen Dao was the most righteous person. Even if he was greedy for life and afraid of death, he couldn't bear to see such a person abandoned here. He had clearly saved someone, but that person turned around and repaid his kindness with enmity and pushed him to his death. Human nature was selfish, but when he saw it with his own eyes and experienced it for himself, he realized that that kind of selfishness could chill one's heart. He wanted to help Chen Dao up from the ravine, but the ravine was only wide enough for a person and half a meter deep. It would take a lot of effort to help him up. Moreover, he was afraid that if he carelessly helped him up, it would worsen his injuries. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. "Senior Brother Chun? Senior Brother Chun?" he shouted from the side. Seeing that this was not a solution, he could only fly to the top of the trench on his flying sword. He squatted down and pulled him out from the trench by his robes and placed him aside. This method was similar to hanging him up. Even if his bones were dislocated, he shouldn't move too much. Putting away his flying sword, he quickly examined him, especially the lumbar vertebrae that he had heard the sound of cracking. When his hand touched the lumbar vertebrae, his heart turned cold, as if it had sunk to the bottom of a valley. Those who knew alchemy more or less knew some medical skills. With this examination, he found out that other than the internal injuries he suffered when he was trampled by the blood eagle, the most serious injury was the lumbar vertebrae. Everyone knew how important the lumbar vertebrae were. It was a support point for a person to stand up. But now this support point was actually Chapter 1454. Senior Brother Chun, I can only stabilize your internal injuries first. As for your lumbar spine, we can only wait until we return to the sect to ask someone to treat it. Luo Hung sighed and said, Fortunately, it won't be long before we leave. Otherwise, your injuries would still. It's really worrying. At the same time, on the top of the mountain of 1,000 medicine, Shengguan Wanrong and Fengjiu, who had already collected the 3 spiritual herbs they needed, were heading down the mountain. When they were on the mountain, they heard a loud bang below. For some reason, the entire forest seemed to shake and a wave of beasts surged. The ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts in the depths of the forest roared and rushed to the periphery. Some also came up the mountain. Looking at the strange phenomenon, the 2 of them were very puzzled. Why would a beast tide suddenly appear? And those ferocious beasts seemed to be running away from something. And that loud bang, what on earth was going on? Did that sound like the sound of an exploding pill furnace? Shengguan Wanrong asked. As soon as she spoke, she came back to her senses and chuckled. Yes, you don't know how to refine pills. How would you know what the sound of an exploding pill furnace is? Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and narrowed her eyes, saying, I know how to refine pills. It's just that I didn't refine pills in the sect. I'm very familiar with the sound of an exploding pill furnace because I've also broken many furnaces. That sound just now was the sound of an exploding pill furnace. Someone should be refining pills below. But who would refine pills below the mountain of 1,000 medicine? Eldest senior brother, and the others definitely wouldn't. Could it be someone from another peak? She murmured with a trace of doubt on her face. After walking down for a while, perhaps the smell of medicine in the air was diffusing with the wind. Fengjiu, who was walking beside Shengguan Wanrong, stopped and looked down. This smell of medicine, what's wrong? Shengguan Wanrong saw her stop and asked. The smell of medicine in the air is poisonous. Fengjiu said slowly, squinting and looking down. Sure enough, someone is refining pills below, and I'm afraid it's a poisonous pill. To be able to make so many ferocious beasts rush out, this poison is very unusual and extremely overbearing. Poison? Shengguan Wanrong was startled, her expression strange. You know it's poisonous just by smelling it? She sniffed and said, The smell of medicine in the air has already dispersed. It's very faint, and even I can't tell what kind of poison is in it. As she spoke, she was a little worried, so she took out a pill and gave it to her. This is an antidote pill that I refined. Take one. Even if it's not poisonous, you'll be fine. Of course, because I'm not only an alchemist, I'm also a doctor. Fengjiu chuckled. He seemed to be in a good mood. You can keep this. I'm already immune to poison, so there's no need to call it an antidote pill. Ordinary poisons won't affect me. Shengguan Wanrong listened and looked at her in a daze. Ordinary poisons couldn't harm her. Was this for real? Could it be that she was also in danger over there? Someone often poisoned her, so much so that she was now immune to poison? Let's go. Let's go down and take a look. Maybe that person hasn't gone far. Chapter 1455. When they came down to search, they found a place in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. There were traces of a barrier that had been set up before being removed. In that place, the aura in the air had not completely dissipated, and the smell of medicine was much stronger than in other places in the forest. "It's here," Fengjiu said and walked in to take a look. She saw that there were traces of a pill furnace exploding on the ground. The fragments of the pill furnace had already been cleaned up. Aside from the traces on the ground, there were no other fragments to be seen. Even the person refining the pill was not seen. She slowly walked inside and looked around. Where her foot stepped on a piece of metal inserted into the soil, she stopped and squatted down to take a look. A fragment of the pill furnace was half buried in the sand. When she took it out to take a look, there were still some residual medicinal dregs on the fragment. This person should have wanted to refine a 5th-tier pill or above. However, the pill furnace couldn't withstand it and exploded. "Look," she handed the pill furnace to her mother. "There are still medicinal dregs on it. From the medicinal dregs, you can tell that it was a 5th-tier pill or above." However, he failed. Shangguan Wanrong took the fragment and carefully looked at it. When her gaze fell on the vein patterns on the fragment, her eyes involuntarily shrank, and a trace of fear flashed through her eyes. Seeing her expression, Fengjiu's eyes flashed and asked, "Martial Ant, do you recognize this pill furnace fragment?" "No, I don't recognize it." Shangguan Wanrong shook her head. She held the fragment of the pill furnace tightly in her hand. She seemed to be lost in thought. Seeing this, Fengjiu didn't ask any more questions. After looking around for a while, she said, "This person should have already left. Let's go too." It could be guessed that her mother recognized the fragment of the pill furnace. She should know who was refining the pill here. Since she didn't want to say, then she wouldn't ask. "And let's go outside." She put away the fragment and collected her expression. She walked outside with Fengjiu. Not long after the two left, a figure walked out of the cave halfway up the mountain. He stood there and watched the two leave. After a long time, he turned around and entered the cave. When the two of them were heading outside, they met Duan Mu Bai, who was heading inside. "Junior sister, are you all right?" When Duan Mu Bai saw the two of them, he stepped forward and naturally ignored Fengjiu. His concerned gaze landed on Shangguan Wanrong. Fengjiu coughed lightly when she saw this, and she didn't wait for her mother to speak before she smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Duan, you really care about us. But there's no need to worry. Martial Uncle Shangguan and I are fine." Since her father wasn't here, she would chase away the wild bees and butterflies by her mother's side. Upon hearing Fengjiu's words, Duan Mu Bai glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Why are you interrupting when the elders are talking? Go to the side and stay there." In his heart, he felt that this little handyman was too insensible. His unhappy gaze retracted from Fengjiu and landed on Shangguan Wanrong. I don't know why, but there was a beast tide in this mystic realm. Fortunately, it has already calmed down. Now that I see that you're fine, I'm relieved. "I've made senior brother worry," Shangguan Wanrong said, glancing at Fengjiu and smiling at him. Chapter 1456. Eldest senior brother, are you done with your work? Shangguan Wanrong looked at Duan Mu Bai and asked. "Yes, it's done. Because of the beast tide, many people have rushed to the periphery to gather. I saw that you weren't around, so I came over to take a look." As he spoke, he glanced at Fengjiu and said, "Since there's nothing else, then follow me to the periphery." "All right, we'll go to the periphery as well," Shangguan Wanrong said and gestured to Fengjiu, and the two of them walked forward together. Duan Mu Bai, who was following behind, saw this and could not help but feel that it was strange. Why did junior sister treat this odd-job worker so differently? The intimacy in their actions and the change in their expressions. It seemed like something had happened between the two of them. When he thought of this, his expression became strange, and he suppressed the doubts in his heart as they walked out together. However, 2 days later, the time for the transportation was up. Before they could reach the periphery, a vortex appeared in midair and sucked them in one by one. As long as the alchemists were still alive in the mystic realm, they would all be transported out. As for those who were dead, they would be buried in this mystic realm forever. When Fengjiu, Shangguan Wanrong, and Duan Mu Bai were transported out, they appeared at the foot of Three Yang Peak. I'm going to see Master. You guys go back first, she said to Fengjiu and Duan Mubai. Fengjiu was silent when he heard this. He did not have the right to go to the ninth peak, so he did not say anything and only looked at her. Duan Mubai paused for a moment when he heard this, then said, I'm going to see Master too. I'll go with you. Shangwan Wanrong nodded when she saw this. All right, then, she looked at Fengjiu. You go back and rest first. All right, Fengjiu replied, and his eyes flashed as he watched the two of them turn around and leave. As they walked up the mountain, Duan Mubai could not help but ask, Junior sister, this Fengjiu seems to be to your liking? I see that you seem to treat him more warmly than others. Shangwan Wanrong smiled when she heard this, and her eyes were filled with joy and gentleness. That's right, this child is really obedient. Seeing the gentle smile on her face, his heart trembled slightly. After pausing for a moment, he changed the topic and asked, That's right, you gave those 3 medicines to Shizun. It's best if you don't go see Shizun alone for the time being. Hearing this, the smile on Shangwan Wanrong's face faded. She tilted her head slightly to look at Duan Mubai and stopped to ask, Eldest senior brother, do you know something? Are you really not going to tell me? Duan Mubai sighed. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know where to start, and I don't even know how to tell you. He shook his head and said, I only hope that you will be more cautious when you return to the peak and pay more attention. Okay, I got it, she replied and continued walking. Duan Mubai glanced at her and followed beside her, saying, If you want to see Master in the future, just call me along. Shangwan Wanrong smiled and did not reply. Instead, she looked at the entrance of the ninth summit and asked with sparkling eyes, Eldest senior brother, what do you think Master is doing right now? Will he be in the summit? Master often goes into seclusion to refine pills and rarely goes out. If he's not in the summit, where would he be? He looked at her with slight surprise, feeling that her question was a bit strange. Chapter 1457. The Peak Master has ordered that aside from Shangwan Wanrong, no one else is allowed to enter without being summoned. As the 2 nascent soul cultivators spoke, they stopped Duan Mubai, who was about to step inside. Hearing this, Shangwan Wanrong, who was in front, stopped and looked back. Duan Mubai frowned. What's the reason? If Junior Marshall's sister can go in, why can't I? You go in and report that I have something to see Master. We are only responsible for carrying out the Peak Master's orders. You can wait here, but you can't go in. As the 2 nascent soul cultivators spoke, they were expressionless and refused to let him go. Shangwan Wanrong smiled when she saw this. Eldest senior brother, it's fine. I'll come out after I see Master. You can go back first. As she spoke, she nodded slightly to him before moving to walk into the room. The moment she turned around, the smile on her face gradually disappeared and she looked thoughtful. Seeing this, Duan Mubai's face darkened. Facing the 2 nascent soul cultivators guarding him, he couldn't force his way in and could only wait outside. On the other side, when Shangwan Wanrong arrived outside the bamboo house, she couldn't help but stop. Just as she was hesitating, she heard her master's voice from inside. Since you're here, why don't you come in? 3 Yangzi's old and low voice came from the bamboo house, pulling Shangwan Wanrong's thoughts back. She adjusted her mind, then pushed the door open and walked in. Master. She looked at the figure sitting there and respectfully bowed. Then she took out the 3 best quality herbs from her space and said, Master, this disciple has completed the task. The 3 herbs are all here. Master, please take a look. 3 Yangzi turned around and looked at her with a dignified expression on his aged face. He stroked his beard with one hand and checked the 3 elixirs on the table. The roots are intact and properly preserved. Very good. He nodded in satisfaction, and after seeing the 3 elixirs on the table, his stern face finally softened. His gaze paused on Shangwan Wanrong for a while before he asked, You haven't broken through your skills yet? You shouldn't have stayed at the Golden Core stage for so long. Didn't you take the medicinal pills that Master gave you to help you improve your strength? I haven't had the time to eat since I entered the Mystic Realm. She lowered her eyes and said, Then put aside all the matters at hand and increase your strength first. When you enter the nascent soul stage, I have something very important for you to do. He put the pill away and then took out another bottle of pills. Take this. Take one pill every 10 days. It can increase your strength to the nascent soul stage in 3 months. Within 3 months. She was slightly startled. Isn't this advancement speed a little too fast? If that's the case, I'm afraid that my foundation will be unstable, and it will be difficult for me to advance in the future. There's no need for that. This is a medicinal pill that I've personally refined for you. It's only beneficial to your body. Don't worry. He waved his hand and said, also, you can't tell your senior Marshall brothers about this. Otherwise, they will say that I'm biased towards you. Remember my words. Within 3 months, you must become a nascent soul cultivator. Hearing this, her eyes flashed and she asked, but what if I can't break through in 3 months and become a nascent soul cultivator? Chapter 1458. You won't be able to enter within 3 months? 3 Yangzi looked at her and suddenly laughed. You've been here for some time now. Have you heard of a place called the Wasteland of Extreme Evil? He paused and laughed. Perhaps you haven't heard of it, but it's all right. I can tell you that the Wasteland of Extreme Evil is just like its name. It's a place where evil people gather. They eat human flesh, drink human blood, and commit all kinds of evil deeds. Only powerful people can protect their lives there. I think that it's also the best place for people to train. I believe that under such harsh living conditions, a person's potential can be stimulated, and entering the nascent soul stage will be very easy. What do you think? Hearing those words, Shangguan Wanrong could not help but shiver. She looked at the strange and dangerous expression on her master's face, who was clearly smiling, but the smile did not reach his eyes. That gaze and that smile gave her an extremely frightening and dangerous feeling. She could not help but take a step back and maintain some distance from him. I understand. Don't worry, Master. I will advance to the nascent soul stage within 3 months. I will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations of me. She steadied her mind and bowed. If Master doesn't have any other instructions, I'll take my leave first. Go. He nodded in satisfaction and gestured for her to leave. Shangguan Wanrong walked out and closed the door behind her. She felt her heart tremble and a chill run up from the soles of her feet. Now, she was very sure that her master wanted her life. However, she didn't know why. Why did he want her life? What use did her life have to him? Why did he have to wait until she entered the nascent soul stage and became a nascent soul cultivator? She walked out of the 9th peak in a daze as she thought about it. She only regained her senses when she heard Duan Mubai's voice. Junior sister, are you all right? Duan Mubai walked up to her. He couldn't help but worry when he saw her dazed expression. I'm fine. What could happen if I went to Master's place? She looked up at him and shook her head with a smile. Eldest senior brother, I'll take my leave first. With that, she walked past him and returned to her cave abode. Watching her leave, Duan Mubai wanted to call her back and ask her what Master had said to her after she went in. However, as he watched her walk away, he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Even if he suspected that his master would do something bad to her, nothing had happened. As a disciple, how could he ask such a question? Sighing softly, he shook his head and followed her down the mountain. On the other side, when Fengjiu returned to her cave abode, she saw Green Hair, who had gained a lot of weight, pouncing on her. Seeing Green Hair, she was a little surprised. So you're here? I was wondering why I didn't see you when I entered the secret realm. So you can't get in? She chuckled. Since she hadn't bathed yet, she directly sat down at the entrance of the cave. She hugged Green Hair in her arms and stroked its egg. Puzzled, she asked, when are you planning to lay this egg? Normally, eggs can't be carried for so long, right? Kikik. Green Hair raised its head and cackled, flapping its wings and saying something. Seeing this, Fengjiu's eyes turned. Should she take out a speech-opening pill and let Green Hair eat it? Chapter 1459. She stroked Green Hair's round body and touched the egg under its belly. She thought, my mother should be fine if she goes to 3 Yangzi's place in 3 Yangzi's. No matter what, 3 Yangzi wouldn't let himself be labeled as a person who murdered his disciple. Even if he wanted to make a move on my mother, he would probably do it in private. However, under such circumstances, Her mother was only a gold core cultivator. She was not at ease dealing with the three Yangtze. If she could send her away first and go to Lung Shuang and the others, perhaps it would be easier for her to deal with the remaining matters. Moreover, only when her mother left this place and was safe would she be able to do what she wanted to do without worry. She sat there deep in thought. The green-furred cat in her arms was pressed down by her. It couldn't even straighten its head, so it could only lie quietly in her arms. After a long time, Fengjiu stood up. She let go of Green Hair and went into the cave. She planned to rest for a while and bathe in the evening when there was no one around. In this place, bathing was not very convenient for her. There was no bathroom in the cave. She could only bathe in the middle of the night when there was no one around. However, when it was about evening, she was still resting in the cave when she heard Luo Heng's voice from outside. Fengjiu? Fengjiu? Luo Heng shouted outside and asked worriedly, "Are you still alive?" Hearing this, she jumped out of bed. She put on her coat and walked out angrily. When she saw the person shouting outside, she said, "What do you mean I'm still alive? Could it be that the person you see now is not me, but a ghost?" He paused for a moment and waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to see if you're still alive." Luo Heng then asked, "Didn't you encounter the beast tide at that time? You were in the depths. How could you not be injured at all?" Fengjiu nodded and said, "I encountered it. I was at the top of the mountain and saw thousands of beasts running out from below." "All right, where's Senior Brother Chun? Is he okay?" Hearing this, the smile on Luo Heng's face disappeared. Senior Brother Chun, what happened to him? Seeing his strange expression, although he tried his best to hide it, he was still caught by her. "What happened to him? Tell me," Fengjiu urged. Her heart sank as she thought to herself, could it be that Chun Dao is dead? If he encountered a beast tide, the death rate would be unusually low. Seeing that Fengjiu kept asking, Luo Heng sighed and told him in detail what had happened at that time. "After I brought him back, I asked the people in the peak to treat him. However, they only knew how to refine pills and could not fix his bones. There was even a doctor and an alchemist who said that Senior Brother Chin Dao might not be able to stand up again in this lifetime because his spine was injured. Moreover, they said that he had already missed the best time to treat him." Fengjiu frowned. "Where is he now? I'll go see him. I just sent him back to the cave, but he's very agitated. He can't accept the fact that he'll never be able to stand up. He's smashing things in the cave and won't listen to me. I think it's better if you don't go, in case you get injured." Chapter 1460. Fengjiu's eyes flickered. He didn't say anything else as he walked towards Chun Dao's abode. Chun Dao had helped her a lot on Sanyang Peak. If he really couldn't stand up, then not to mention that he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences, even she wouldn't allow such a situation to occur. "Hey Fengjiu, what are you going to do?" Luo Heng couldn't help but say when he saw her leave, "You don't have to go to Chun Dao's abode. He won't see anyone right now, so it's pointless for anyone to go." "How would I know if it's pointless if I don't take a look? What's the point of going there?" "You don't know this, but the Grand Elder went to take a look after Chun Dao was in trouble. Chun Dao is related to the Grand Elder in some way. After seeing Chun Dao's condition, the Grand Elder only said one thing, and that was the greatest blow." Her footsteps paused when she heard this, and she asked, "What did he say?" Luo Heng stopped as well and said, after the Grand Elder asked a few doctors and alchemists to take a look at Chun Dao's condition, he found out that Chun Dao's spine was heavily injured and wouldn't be able to stand for the rest of his life. He said that he would notify the clansmen to take him back so that Chun Dao could retire to the Chun clan. He sighed when he spoke up to this point. "Tell me, if Chun Dao is really sent back to the clan like this, then how would he retire? He's clearly going back to await death, but what can he do now? Even the Grand Elder has given up on him. Moreover, once news of this spread, some of the people who were on good terms with him distanced themselves from him. They didn't even look at him after returning from the secret realm. Thinking back to when he was at his peak, those people were all calling him Senior Brother Chun, begging him to give them pointers on the Tao of alchemy or to exchange pills. Now, those people are all avoiding him. I'm the only one who still has a conscience." Fengjiu's expression was indifferent when he heard this, and he said, "There are many who add flowers to embroidery, but few who offer help in times of need. That's human nature. With that, he continued walking forward. But you won't be of much use even if you go. You're just a lowly odd job worker. You don't know how to refine pills, and you don't know how to use medicine. If you go, you'll only make him sad. Along the way, Luo Heng kept chattering like a little sparrow. Feng Jiu could not stand it anymore and glared at him. Are you done? Haven't you had enough? It's your business if you don't want to go, but it's my business if I go. Why do you keep stopping me? Luo Heng was taken aback by the scolding. He looked at Feng Jiu, who had stopped in his tracks and continued walking forward after shouting at him. He scratched his head in a daze. This brat, he gave me a fright. Doesn't he know that he's just an errand boy? Why are you speaking so loudly? Are you trying to scare me to death? In front of Chun Dao's cave, Feng Jiu stopped and looked at the cave that was protected by a boundary. She sighed softly in her heart. She still remembered that when they were going to enter the secret realm, he had given her a jade pendant. A jade pendant that allowed her to freely enter and exit his cave. She did not expect that the jade pendant would come in handy like this in the end. Just as she was about to walk in, Luo Heng grabbed her arm. Are you stupid? Don't you see the boundary? If he doesn't open it, we can't go in. After I sent him back, I came back a few times, but I could only shout from outside and follow the Grand Elder in a few times. Chapter 1461. Luo Heng was startled. He watched as Feng Jiu walked forward. When he passed by the boundary disappeared. Luo Heng couldn't help but follow closely behind him. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had this thing? You made me come here for nothing. He couldn't help but complain. However, when he entered the cave and felt the dead silence, he couldn't help but shut his noisy mouth. Feng Jiu looked at the things that were scattered all over the floor. In addition to some commonly used items, there were also some elixirs and the like. When she passed by the alchemy room, she saw that the shelves where the herbs were placed were also scattered all over the floor. She stopped and asked in a low voice, "He can't get up. Why are the things here so messy? Even the spiritual herbs are scattered all over the floor? Don't you know? Didn't he get injured in the secret realm? When he came back, he was conscious. After he was sent back, he started to struggle. He smashed everything within his reach. I reckon that after we left, he smashed everything and even the shelves in the alchemy room." As he spoke, he poked his head inside and said in a low voice, "Why is it so quiet? Could something have happened to him?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu quickly walked inside. When she arrived at his bedroom, she saw Chun Dao lying on the floor. His forehead was bleeding and he had fainted. Seeing this, Feng Jiu's heart sank. She quickly walked forward and said, "Quick, help him onto the bed." Oh. Luo Heng seemed to be frightened. He hurriedly responded and helped Feng Jiu carry Chun Dao onto the bed. He hurriedly ran out and shouted, "I'll get a doctor." Feng Jiu didn't even have time to say anything. Luo Heng opened the boundary formation of the cave and rushed outside. Seeing this, she could only check Chun Dao's body. She first checked his pulse and found that his internal injuries had not completely healed. Just as Luo Heng said, the most serious injury was his lumbar spine. She took out a pill from a space and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, she used her spiritual power to help him digest the pill and treat the wound on his forehead. After about an incense stick of time, he slowly woke up. "Senior Brother Chun, it's me." "Feng Jiu, how are you feeling now?" she asked slowly. Seeing that his eyes were still, she couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, your lumbar spine is fine. As long as it's healed, you'll be fine." She was telling the truth. However, to Chun Dao, it sounded like Feng Jiu was comforting him. Hence, he remained expressionless and muttered, "I'm a useless person. I'm useless. What's the point of living?" "Senior Brother Chun, how can you give up on yourself? It's just 2 broken bones? What's the big deal? It's just that the broken bones will be fine once they are reconnected. It's not a big deal. Go. I know my own condition." He stared blankly at the ceiling of the cave and muttered in a daze, "I never thought that I, Chun Dao, would have a day like this. Living like this is worse than death." Seeing this, she had no choice but to continue. "Senior Brother Chun, I don't have anything else, but I have an ointment passed down in my family to heal broken bones. Don't worry, your injuries will recover in 3 months." Chapter 1462. I appreciate your kindness, Chun Dao said indifferently. Chun Dao said indifferently. He could no longer find the arrogance and confidence he had in the past. There was only deathly stillness and despair. After experiencing such a thing, if he could only lie in bed as a cripple for the rest of his life, how could he accept it? Maybe he had never thought that he would encounter such a thing. It was completely out of his expectations, and he did not know what to do. Senior sect Brother Chun, you have helped me many times since I entered the sect. Now that you have encountered such a thing, let me help you. She said softly, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Just try for a while. Really, please believe me. The sect's doctors and pill masters have all said they cannot cure me. How can you help me? Fengjiu, don't waste your efforts. It is useless. How do you know it is useless if you don't try? There are many things in life that can only be known after trying. Even if others tell you it is useless, even if others extinguish the flame of your hope, you should not let the flame of hope in your heart be extinguished. Hearing this, Chun Dao stared blankly at him. Do I still have that hope? You do not know. A disciple of the same peak, a disciple who always called me senior sect brother. I saved him, but he pushed me to my death. I know that human nature is selfish. However, I never thought that a person I saved would push me to my death instead of helping me when I was on the brink of death. Ha ha ha. I deserve it. I deserve it. I saved someone I should not have saved. I deserve it. Seeing him shout emotionally, sometimes crying and sometimes laughing crazily, Fengjiu went forward and pressed him down. Senior sect Brother Chun, you did not do anything wrong. The fault does not lie with you. The heavens will not let you lie in bed and be unable to stand. Get out! Get out! Get out! He shouted, tears seeping out of the corners of his eyes. He tried to push Fengjiu away, but in the next moment, the person who had been shouting hysterically quieted and fell asleep. Rest. Leave the rest to me. Fengjiu put away the silver needles in his hand and looked at the unconscious man. Just as he was about to remove his clothes, he heard Luo Heng's angry scolding from outside. Too snobbish. Each and every one of them was too outrageous. Why didn't they think about how they used to act when they saw Senior Brother Chun? Now that they saw him like this, they even wanted to hit him while he was down. This is outrageous. Fengjiu turned around and looked at the person who walked in. He asked, what's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to get a doctor? Why did you come back by yourself? Those people are too outrageous. He rushed forward angrily and said, I went to find a doctor, but none of them confirmed it. All of them said that there was no way. They didn't even want to come over and take a look. They're really not snobbish. Hearing that, Fengjiu smiled. It's fine. It's good that they don't come. It's good that you're here. What do you mean? Luo Heng asked. I don't know anything about medicine. I can't save Senior Brother Chun. You don't need to save him. Just help me take off his clothes and support him. I'll do the orthopedic. As long as I correct the dislocated bones and bandage them with my secret ointment, he can get out of bed and walk around on his own in less than 3 months. Chapter 1463. Fengjiu smiled. So will you help? Or not? If you don't help, I'll do it myself. Hearing this, Luo Heng frowned. Are you serious? Of course. Do you think I'm joking? She looked at him and said, didn't you say it yourself? Those doctors and alchemists all said that he can't be saved and can only lie in bed for the rest of his life. Since that's the case, if you really want him to be well, why don't you trust me this time? Seeing Fengjiu's serious expression, Luo Heng thought for a moment before taking off Chun Dao's shirt. He asked, do you want to take off his pants? There's no need for pants. You just need to pull his pants down a little. Fengjiu took off her boots and walked onto the bed. She pointed and said, turn his body halfway over and support him. Oh, Luo Heng could only do as he said. He supported the half-naked Chun Dao and let him sleep on his side. Seeing that he didn't wake up for a long time, he asked, what did you do to him? I pricked it with a needle. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Fengjiu squatted down, holding Chun Dao's sleeping arm with one hand and carefully feeling his spine with the other. His hand went from top to bottom to his lumbar spine and felt that it was dislocated. It was because of the dislocation of the lumbar spine that Chun Dao was paralyzed on the bed. How is it? Luo Hong saw that he didn't do anything after touching for a while and couldn't help asking. "We have to operate on him," she said slowly. "In addition to the dislocation of his lumbar spine, there are also bone fragments inside. We have to clean him up." She jumped off the bed, put on her boots, and walked out. "Hey, where are you going?" "Wait for me. I'll get a basin of water." Feng Jiu didn't look back. He went into the bathroom to get a basin of water and prepared the things he needed before returning to the bedroom. "Let him lie on his back. Come and help me," Feng Jiu said. He took out knives, tweezers, silver needles, and medicine. Luo Hong looked at the glinting sharp knives and couldn't help but shudder. What are you trying to do? Didn't I just say it?" "His injury is on his lumbar spine. As long as the bones are corrected and the broken bones are cleaned up, he will recover," she said without raising her head. After washing her hands, she said, "Don't make a fuss when I'm operating. If I sweat, remember to use a clean cloth to wipe my sweat. Don't let my sweat get on the wound. Also, when I ask you to stop the bleeding, you have to use the tweezers on this side to stop the bleeding. Don't ask too much." But can you do it?" Will he? He didn't dare to say the word die. He only felt his heart tremble as he looked at the situation. "Don't worry. This kind of surgery is just a piece of cake for me. It's not a big deal." As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and went outside. Not long after, she came back again. "Where are you going this time?" Luo Hong asked. "To prevent anyone from disturbing us, I set up another barrier." "Okay, let's start." At this time, she took off her dusty coat and only wore a clean inner garment. She started the surgery on Chun Dao. Chapter 1464. Following that, Feng Jiu's skillful movements left him dumbfounded. His mind went blank, and all he could think of was the shocking scene in front of him. He never knew that a broken bone could be treated this way. He never knew that someone could do such a thing. He also didn't know that there was someone with such superb medical skills in this world. When he heard Feng Jiu's cold and calm voice telling him to wipe his sweat, he mechanically followed Feng Jiu's instructions and wiped his sweat in an orderly manner. When that voice told him to stop the bleeding, he picked up the gauze with tweezers and stopped the blood from seeping out of the wound. After an unknown amount of time, he felt dizzy. When he saw Feng Jiu sewing up the wound on Chun Dao's waist with an embroidery needle, he opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. It turned out that human flesh could be sewn as clothes. Okay, the surgery is done. Feng Jiu exhaled softly. The 4-hour surgery was finally completed, and the situation wasn't too bad. Actually, the recovery speed could be faster, and that was to use something to correct the displaced bones and fix them. However, that would be too troublesome. At that time, she would have to operate again to remove the things inside. Therefore, she used another method. Although it would be slower to let him recover naturally, at least she wouldn't have to operate again. Is it done?" Luo Hong mumbled. When he saw Feng Jiu nod in response, he finally couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground with a thud. "Huh?" Feng Jiu was stunned. She looked at Luo Hong, who had fainted on the ground, dumbfounded. What was going on? She went forward to check on him. Seeing that he was fine, he simply fainted because he couldn't withstand the impact. She didn't pay any attention to him. She took advantage of the time to concoct the ointment at the table. She also concocted a bottle of medicine. She plucked a ghost herb leaf from the space and mixed it with the ointment. After the ointment dissolved, she fed it to Chun Dao. "Speaking of which, you're quite lucky. This time, you picked the ghost herb in the arcane territory. With it, your bones will recover faster." She chuckled. Although she could use vitality to quickly heal Chun Dao's wound, that would arouse suspicion. She could only wait for a few days to remove the stitches before applying the ointment. Luo Hong was woken up by the cold. He was lying on the ground in the middle of the night. When he jumped up, he saw Feng Jiu fiddling with the ointment at the table. He went forward and asked, "What are you doing? You're awake?" She glanced at him, just in time. "Come here and let me tell you." "Oh. Of course. Of the ointment. This is the ointment. I'll come and help him remove the stitches in 3 days before I can apply the ointment on Senior Brother Chen's wound. It hasn't healed yet, so we can only apply some anti-inflammatory ointment. In addition, Senior Brother Chen has to drink a bottle of this ointment every day for the next 3 days. I'll leave this to you." I'll be busy these days, so I might not be able to take care of it. Chapter 1465. His injuries haven't been stabilized yet, so try not to move him when he's lying on the bed. Also, don't let anyone see him for the time being, so as to avoid delaying the treatment and causing his lumbar vertebrae to shift. Feng Jiu instructed, but didn't hear a reply for a long time. He raised his head and saw Luo Hung staring blankly at him with a strange expression on his face. He asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Hung returned to his senses and looked at the medicine. He asked, "Where did you get those things? Don't tell me you concocted them yourself." Although they weren't pills, they were medicinal liquids. Only an alchemist could concoct medicinal liquids. He was just an odd job worker. So how could he know something that alchemists couldn't? Oh, this. Feng Jiu smiled. Didn't I say it already? My family's ancestral secret recipe. This ointment has no other use. It can only treat broken limbs and bones. As for the other medicinal liquids, they were all given to me by others. Even if I don't know how to refine pills, I still have the pills you gave me in my Chinquan bag, and there are quite a few of them. Hearing this, although Luo Hung was puzzled, he knew that what he said was very reasonable. Although he was just an odd job worker, because he was good at running errands and had a sweet mouth, many alchemists would give him some low-grade pills as a reward. In that case, it wasn't surprising that Feng Jiu had medicinal liquids that even alchemists couldn't concoct. And all right, I'll remember everything you said. He nodded and put away the medicine on the table. He then said to Feng Jiu, "Senior Marshal Brother Chun, leave everything here to me. I'll remember everything, so don't worry." All right. Feng Jiu nodded and told him a few other things in detail before leaving first. The next day, she wanted to go to the 8th peak to visit her mother under the guise of delivering the spiritual medicine. Unexpectedly, just as she walked out of the cave, she saw her mother walking over from not far away. She was stunned for a moment before quickly walking forward. "Senior uncle, what's wrong?" Thinking about it, it was quite funny. She was clearly his mother, and they already knew his identity, yet he still addressed her as senior uncle. "You live here?" Shangguan Wanrong looked at the simple and crude cave behind her and frowned slightly. "The odd-job disciples live here." She squinted her eyes with a smile and asked, "Do you want to go in and sit?" Shangguan Wanrong nodded and entered the cave with her. When she entered, she found that the cave was not only small, but the facilities were not complete. There was not even a place to take a bath. Thinking that she did not even have a place to take a bath, she could not help but feel guilty. She lived in this kind of place and became a servant of Three Yong Peak because she came to find her. As her mother, not only did she fail to take care of her for so many years, she even let her experience such a life. She really shouldn't have. "Sit." Feng Jiu gestured and poured a cup of tea for her. He then looked at her and asked with anticipation, "Can I call you mother now?" Hearing this, Shangguan Wanrong's heart clenched. She raised her eyes to look at her daughter, whose eyes were filled with anticipation. Her eyes could not help but heat up. She reached out her hand and gently stroked her face, asking in a soft voice, "Then can you listen to mother about something?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu's face revealed a happy smile and said in a light tone, "Mother, what is it? Tell me." If her father knew that she had found her mother, he would definitely be very happy. Chapter 1466. Feng Jiu's smile faded. He looked at her and asked, "Then will you come back with me, mother?" "I can't leave. Master said that I have to reach nascent soul within 3 months and become a nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, he'll exile me to the wastelands of extreme evilness and make me experience the most miserable of survival breakthroughs." Shangguan Wanrong looked at her and said, "I've come today because I want you to leave as soon as possible. It's not safe here, and I'll be even more worried if you stay here. Go back to your father first. Once I've dealt with everything here, I'll definitely come find you." "Do you think you'll definitely be able to leave here safely, mother?" she asked softly. The atmosphere froze and became rather heavy. However, Feng Jiu did not think much of it. He continued, "Actually, you don't know this, but before I came here, I originally planned to go to the Shangguan clan and ask them to take you back. However, I heard that you were here, so I came looking for you. Father can rest assured that I'll be alone outside. Not because of anything else, but because I have the ability to protect myself. My strength may not be outstanding among the 8 great empires, but it's not a problem for me to protect myself. It's also not a problem for me to protect Mother. Shangguan Wanrong looked at her in a daze. At this moment, the feeling she gave off was different from before. At this moment, she was calm and indifferent. Her eyebrows exuded a self-confident expression. Her eyes were filled with wanton and arrogance. A noble and threatening aura filled the air from her body. Mother, I'm certain that 3 Yangzi wants to harm you. Although I don't know what he wants to do, it's definitely not something good. You can only tell me about it, and let me share the burden with you, give you advice, and discuss how to deal with it. Otherwise, I don't believe you'll be able to leave under 3 Yangzi's nose alive. But if you stay and something happens to you, she was extremely worried. She had never thought that she would be unwilling to leave, nor did she think that her presence would suddenly change when she mentioned this matter. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. I promise Father that I'd take Mother back. Shangguan Wanrong sat in silence for a while when she heard that. Only after a long while did she gently sigh. Then stay here for now. However, you can't call me Nyangqin when you're outside. Otherwise, if he finds out, he'll definitely do you harm. Yes, I know. She smiled and nodded her head. Her eyes narrowed as she asked, Then can Mother tell me the whole story now? When she saw this, Shangguan Wanrong had no other choice. Only then did she tell her the entire story and how she was brought back by 3 Yangzi. I have a feeling that there must be something wrong with 3 Yangzi's order for me to enter the nascent soul stage. If he really wants to take my life, I think it will be after I enter the nascent soul stage. She said slowly. However, how can it be so easy to enter the nascent soul realm? If I forcefully take the pill to advance, I'm worried that my foundation will be unstable and it will be difficult to advance in the future. But in the current situation, even if I don't take the pill to advance, once the 3 months are up, I'm afraid that he will take action. Chapter 1467. No, Shangguan Wanrong directly refused and said with a solemn expression, This is too dangerous. Moreover, we can't fool him. Why can't we fool him? Mother, I'm already a nascent soul cultivator. My current strength is only suppressed by me. If I stay, I have enough strength to protect myself. I definitely won't let anything happen to me, and he definitely won't find out that we were switched. Shangguan Wanrong shook her head. No. Looking at her daughter's doubtful expression, she slightly paused and thought about it with slight hesitation before saying, He drugged me. My body isn't quite right. What? Feng Jiu was startled and grabbed her wrist to examine it. After a while, he doubtfully said, Your body is fine? There's no poison in your body. It's this hand. She stretched out her other hand and opened her palm for Feng Jiu to see. Look, there's a red line here on the middle finger. Although it's not very obvious, this red blood line extends from the middle finger up to the arm. It's just that it's under the skin. If you don't pay attention, you won't be able to see it. Looking at the line of blood that appeared under the skin, Feng Jiu's gaze slightly darkened. No wonder she couldn't find any problems when she checked the pulse. It turned out that the hidden blood had accumulated on that arm. She stretched out her hand and carefully examined the wrist of that hand. With this examination, her expression became strange. This isn't poison, it's medicine, she slowly said and looked at her mother. I think I should know what Saint Yangzi wants to do. What does he want to do? Shangguan Wanrong softly asked. Feng Jiu looked at her and asked with a strange expression, Mother, do you know you have a spirit-gathering physique? She shook her head and asked, Spirit-gathering physique? What kind of physique is that? What's the use of it? Aside from being imprisoned in the Shangguan clan, she was brought here and came in contact with matters related to medicinal pills. She didn't know anything about this physique. The spirit-gathering physique is like a mobile spiritual energy storage device. The reason why Saint Yangzi wants you to advance to the nascent soul realm is so that he can use your nascent soul to refine pills after you condense it. She looked at Mo Tinga's shocked face and continued. The nascent soul of a person with the spirit-gathering physique is the purest. A nascent soul that is like a newborn has gathered all of your essence and blood. Furthermore, The medicine on your arm was prepared for him to use to concoct pills after you enter the nascent soul stage. To put it bluntly, he wants to use you as a human furnace to concoct pills that will allow him to live. Human furnace? Shangguan Wanrong's complexion turned pale, and a storm surged in her heart. She knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If she wasn't useful, why would 3 Yangzi bring her here and say that he wanted to take her in as his last disciple? So it turned out that he had this idea. He wanted to use her as a human furnace to concoct an immortal pill for himself. Mother, the medicine on your arm right now are all top-quality spiritual herbs. Each stock is at least 500 years old. I don't know what method he used to lock in the medicinal properties of your arm so that they won't be lost, but one thing is certain. These things aren't harmful in your body. It's just that these medicines haven't been refined into pills, so you won't be able to absorb them in your body. Chapter 1468. No, it's not harmful to you. It's just that the medicine is currently locked onto your arm. If the medicine spreads, it'll be different. Feng Jiu slightly frowned, thought for a bit, and said, "It's a bit difficult to be sure right now. Even if I can disguise myself as you and learn everything, it'll be useless. He'll definitely be able to see through it. Also, among these medicines, there's a medicine that prevents you from escaping, the purple gold orange jasmine." She slowly walked around the cave as she thought of a solution. After a while, she said, "The other medicines are fine. You can find a time to let your blood out and get rid of the medicine. However, this purple gold orange jasmine is a latent medicine. If you leave 3 Yang Peak too far away, this purple gold orange jasmine will become a poison. The only medicine that can cure this purple gold orange jasmine is the accompanying herb of the purple gold 3-leaf grass. Then when I enter the secret territory, why didn't the purple gold orange jasmine turn into a poison?" Shangguan Wanrong asked curiously. "That must be because you have the scent of the purple gold 3-leaf grass on you." Shangguan Wanrong shook her head, "But I don't have that thing on me. If I did, I would definitely know. The purple gold orange jasmine doesn't have any scent. Even if it's in your body, you won't be able to detect it. However, it can sense the accompanying herb. The purple gold orange jasmine that leaves the accompanying herb will become a poison. The accompanying herb that leaves the purple gold orange jasmine will also wither after 7 days." Hearing this, Shangguan Wanrong said, "If that's the case, then I'll pretend that I don't know anything and continue to cultivate. I'll leave after I find the accompanying herb. But if you do that, your situation." Feng Jiu was a bit worried. "It's okay. Nothing will happen." She revealed a smile and said, "You, on the other hand, take care of yourself here. I won't come to see you about this to avoid arousing suspicion." "Okay, I'll secretly go see you." Feng Jiu calmed herself down and squinted her eyes with a smile. "Don't worry, Mother. You're not alone. And I know." Her eyes were slightly red as she reached out and hugged her tightly. Mother and daughter talked for a while in the Immortal's Cave. It wasn't until near noon that Shangguan Wanrong got up and left, intending to return to the Immortal's Cave to cultivate. Although 3 months was a bit fast, with the help of medicinal pills, it was not impossible to enter the Yuanying stage. In the next few days, other than taking care of her mother's situation, Feng Jiu would occasionally take time to visit Qingdao. 3 days later, the stitches were removed and the ointment was applied. However, Qingdao still hadn't woken up. Feng Jiu felt that a sleeping Qingdao was better for his recovery. At the very least, he wouldn't be too agitated. Feng Jiu decided to let Qingdao sleep until his lumbar vertebrae had more or less recovered. At that time, Qingdao would be able to see the results and wouldn't move his body and cause the wound to open again. On this day, Feng Jiu came to Qingdao's cave abode again. Before he got close, he heard Luo Heng's voice coming from inside the cave abode. Feng Jiu, you're here? Come in. I have something to tell you." She stepped forward and asked, "What's the matter?" Chapter 1469. Hearing this, Feng Jiu asked, "Then what did you tell him?" Luo Heng scratched his head and said, I didn't have time to say anything before he left. He just came over to say that he was coming. He didn't even come in to see senior brother Chun. I couldn't even say anything to him." Next time he comes, tell him that senior brother Chen wishes to return in 3 months. If he asks why, tell him that senior brother Chen has lived here for so many years that he has developed feelings for this place. He knows that once he returns, he won't be able to return. He hopes that the Grand Elder will make an exception and bring him back in 3 months. Her voice paused slightly, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. I think, for such a small request, Great Elder shouldn't disregard the face of the clan and directly reject it. Luo Hung was puzzled and asked, "Why don't you just tell him that you're treating senior brother Chun, that he'll recover in 3 months? Is it because you're not confident?" He thought that it would be more direct and clear. Why did he have to beat around the bush? Feng Jiu rolled his eyes speechlessly. "I'm just a servant. Even you don't believe that I can cure senior brother Chun. How can the Great Elder believe me? Moreover, isn't it strange to say it out loud? You said it yourself. If a servant like me has such medical skills, I'm not a servant anymore. If they treat me as a spy and execute me, who can I cry to? That's right. If you have such medical skills, why are you a servant? Are you really a spy?" He asked in confusion. He felt that it was very strange. Feng Jiu's mouth twitched. She had a big mouth. He kept asking questions. If she continued, he would probably keep asking questions. "Hey, Feng Jiu." She raised her hand to stop him from asking any more questions. "I'll go check on senior brother Chun." With that, she entered Chun Dao's cave. Once inside, she checked Chun Dao's pulse and the recovery rate of his lumbar vertebrae. She asked, "When was this ointment applied?" "I just applied it this morning." "Feng Jiu, senior brother Chen hasn't eaten anything for a few days. Will he be able to take the medicine you've prepared?" Luo Hung asked as he walked to the bedside. "Feng Jiu, senior brother Chen hasn't eaten anything in days." "Yes, it's no problem." As she spoke, she asked how much medicine was left. After checking, she kept a few bottles and said, "In another half a month. In another half a month, he can wake up and eat on his own. By then, he should be able to feel the recovery rate of his spine." Luo Hung stared at her and didn't know what he was thinking. She asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No, but you're amazing. Although I don't know much about medicine, I can see that senior brother Chun is recovering day by day. Tell me, how can someone like you be an odd job worker?" Feng Jiu smiled and did not intend to say anything more. She walked out. Unexpectedly, Luo Hung blocked her way. "Feng Jiu, tell me in detail. It's very uncomfortable to be left hanging like this. And tell me, who are you?" "I'm Feng Jiu. Is." She chuckled and said, "As for the rest, you don't have to be too curious. Anyway, you just need to know that I won't harm you." Chapter 1470. Hearing this, Feng Jiu couldn't help but laugh. "Of course not. You're a great alchemist. How can I compare to you? All right, I'll go back first. I'll come back in a few days." With that, he waved his hand and left. Luo Hung stood outside the cave and watched. He had been living here for a while. Other than being able to take care of Chun Dao, it also saved him the trouble of running around. Although he hadn't interacted much with Chun Dao before, he still respected his character. Now that he was in such a state, although he couldn't save him, he could help to take care of him. A few days later, in the morning, the Great Elder followed a few clan members to Chun Dao's cave. Before they entered, they saw Luo Hung coming out to greet them. "It's the Great Elder." "Greetings, Great Elder. Are you here to see senior brother Chun?" Luo Hung asked with a smile. "I'm here to bring him back to the clan." The Great Elder glanced at Luo Hung and asked, "Why are you still here?" "Oh, it's like this. Senior brother Chun has helped me a lot previously. I thought that it would be inconvenient for him to move around, so I came to take care of him for a while." With that, he paused and said, "Great Elder, there's one more thing that senior brother Chun asked me to pass on." What is it?" He glanced at Luo Hung and asked. "It's like this. Senior brother Chun said that he wants to stay here for a few more months before going back. After all, he has lived here for so long and has grown attached to it. He can't bear to leave so suddenly, so that before he could finish, he was interrupted. He's already in such a state, and he still wants to stay here? Isn't he staying here to be a joke? This is ridiculous. Chun Dao's spine is injured. Could it be that his brain is also not working well?" The great elder's face was filled with displeasure as he exuded a powerful aura. It shocked Luo Hung so much that he couldn't speak for a while. "All of you, come with me and carry him back to the clan," the great elder said to the people behind him as he stepped forward to enter the clan. Luo Hung was so nervous that he didn't know what to do. At this moment, he saw a green figure walking towards them. He immediately shouted happily, Fengjiu, Fengjiu, you're here. Quick, come over here quickly." Fengjiu, who had not been here for a few days, wanted to come and take a look. When he saw the few people in front of the cave residents and the old man, he knew their identities. When he saw Luo Heng's anxious face, he knew that he could not handle the great elder. Hence, he quickly jogged to the front. Grand Elder, you must be Great Elder Chan, right?" "Grand Elder, I heard from Senior Brother Luo that Grand Elder had come to visit Senior Brother Chen several times. I always hoped to meet Grand Elder, but I didn't expect to meet you today." Fengjiu quickly walked past Luo Hung and arrived in front of the First Elder. His face was full of surprise and excitement, as if he had seen someone he respected and worshipped. His eyes shone with surprise as he looked at the First Elder. The First Elder was slightly startled. Seeing the look of worship on a young man's face, he couldn't help but let out a soft cough and asked, "Who are you? How could he be so unruly? Why are you making such a big fuss?" First Elder, although Disciple Feng 9 is only a lowly handyman, my admiration for the First Elder is like an unstoppable river, like the overflowing Yellow River. The First Elder's name is like thunder in my ears, and you are like a god in my heart. I also heard from Senior Brother Chan that as the First Elder of the number 1 Pill sect in the 8 great empires, the First Elder does not forget the clansmen, and it is not difficult to guide and help them.